Hello and welcome everybody to the stream again. We have 10 more cars that we're going to be looking at today. I don't know why I'm so over-exaggerated and animating this morning, but I hope everyone is having a good day. I've had a pretty decent day. I had spent some time with my partner. We went out and we had some Japanese food, stuff like that, and it's been pretty good. Pippa's been a little bit of a naughty girl, but she's doing okay. So let me start off by saying hello to people. We've got East Germany. Sure, okay, welcome. Thumper. Pyro Manus, welcome to the stream. Tom, welcome back. Or Thomas, sorry. Zenturi. We've got a few people I have not seen before, like East Germany and Zenturi. Welcome you two to the streams. And Pyro Manus as well. How's everybody doing? I saw some thank yous for, some congratulations for reaching the 5K, which I've finally done. It's taken so long, but we finally did it. We also cracked a little bit of a nut of the YouTube algorithm by being shown the new engine sim program out there, which, oh my god, I love that program so much. I just have to get better at it. Currently, not so great. Somebody did an AE86. This one? I don't think so. Doesn't exactly look like an AE86 the closer you get up to. I mean, it's close. Yeah. I have seen a few Volvo Amazons. I see you talking about that. Welcome, Ulrich Hill, back to the stream. Aaron Elf, welcome. Ebargza, welcome to the stream. Glad to see my cars made it. Good. Only a few people kind of forgot to give download links, and I think one of them was broken, which is unfortunate. Artin Games, welcome to the stream. Gustav Schwantes, welcome to the stream. Is it not going to play the next song? It's not going to play the next song. What if I go like this? Will it keep playing the next songs? Here's hoping. I'm just struggling with, Chrome's like, no, we don't want to play the next song because you don't have this window maximized to your full viewing potential. It's like, come on. Just play the next thing. I don't care. Come on. Don't be like that. We've also got, oh my god, Meowing Dog Gamer. That's a name and a half. Welcome. We've also got Rodney Hayes. Welcome to the streams. Don't believe I've seen you two here before. I suppose also I haven't seen Art and Games before either. So that's the last 3. Also Gustav, so like 4. Something there looks like a 5.0 Mustang. I don't think any of them look like a 5.0 Mustang. I mean, there's this one that kind of looks like an American car. This one is straight up a Ford Crown Vic, which we've had before, though this one is by a new person. We've got this one here, which looks like it could be American. A bit hard to tell. This one's a 4-door, so I'm guessing that's not a Mustang. And then this one looks a lot more like a Nissan Skyline S14 sort of thing. None of the rest look like Mustangs. You should do the Undertale soundtrack. I've never played Undertale, doesn't really look like my sort of thing. I'm not much into horror games. I mean, I've tried them. There are videos of me doing horror games. Just didn't like them. I think you're going to like my car for next week. I've tried to do a lot of JBeam editing, but I still can't figure out how to do a custom digital dash. That is actually really tricky. So I kind of forgive you on that one. What, there is tricks to doing that. There is actually somebody who's made a custom exporter for automation that does that. So maybe look into that. Other than that, there is another little trick we could do, and I could make a tutorial on it one day. Welcome Brandon Mill to the streams. More an LS400? Which one? I mean, I don't think any of them really look like a Lexus, to be honest. There are Skyline R32 coupes. Yes. The majority of them that we know of are coupes. There is also 4-doors. Is that what you meant to say? There are sedan versions of the R32. Welcome, Technic Mechanic. How's it going? Undertale isn't a horror game? I mean, it is. Sorry, just had a bit of a sneeze, so I muted. Yeah, so we got quite a large array. This is actually distracting me. So my new computer setup, if you're in my Discord, you'll see that I've got new power board set up, and what that allowed me to do is, because my power was over here previously on like from over there's an extension cord into a power board, but my cable wasn't long enough to really reach any more than being underneath the desk. So now I've got it sitting this way, because my new 3 power boards that are like wired in on their own circuit, thank God. Got a really cool setup for just the power now. So I can have the PC sitting here, which means I don't have to bend under the desk every single time I want to turn it on, off. Sorry. Yeah, on or off. I suppose I could turn it off that way if I needed to. Which did actually happen a few times, and also resets all that sort of stuff. The thing is now the fans are blowing out the back, which is blowing up and pushing on a, just a large note that I have on the wall, which is for J-beam editing. So I'm going to take it off the wall because it's distracting me out of the corner of my eye. Currently, it's a little bit of how to do modding on beamng. So it's just like XYZ coordinates, all that sort of stuff, and slot mechanics for how mods work. More just to remind me, more than, because I'll be like, wait, hold on, this one does which one? I've gotten a little bit better at it, so I don't need a lot of that stuff now. I think you're going to blah, blah, blah. And, yeah, cool. I already read everything. Good. Let's move on now and have a look at the cars that we got this week. First thing up is this car. I believe we had this one last week, but it looks... I want to say better, but I don't actually know if there's anything actually changed, because I don't remember enough about what the one from last week looked like. The only way that I actually realized that this was a car from another week was the fact that it's got that really sharp hood line thing, which without this I wouldn't have recognized this car at all. It looks very different. Hey Phil, want to hear a knock knock? Want to hear a joke knock knock? I don't think I've ever heard a joke physically manifest itself and then knock on something. That is very particularly weird. How does the yellow teleport feel to drive? Oh, teapot, sorry. That thing at the back? I haven't driven it yet. Okay. Welcome, CG Pigeon. Let's go in and have a look at what we've got here. So it's got a thing here that says radial tires. This looks like that sort of transition time in the 60s to 70s. So in America, really, really, really few cars actually came with radials in the 60s. Only a few, and they were a dealer option. I will give it an okay here. A lot of people didn't really care much for radials at first because they just didn't understand them at the time, which is fair enough because honestly, just looking at them, they were just more expensive. And that was it. Nobody was racing on them, really. They weren't any more reliable. They had better tire wear and better fuel efficiency. But fuel efficiency didn't really matter. So, what was the selling point? Basically just the name. To Americans and to Australians, nobody else really cared for radials. So, they only really showed up on, like, top tier sort of vehicles. Otherwise, you'd just buy it because you had a cheaper car, you'd just buy the cheaper tires. I mean, why would you bother? That sort of thing. Oh yeah, also better handling. But seeing like all of the performance versions of cars being driven in angry manners on TV were only around oval circuits, so it didn't really make any difference. And those were on cross-buys. So the perception to change took quite a while. While some of these cars look much more detailed than last time, sometimes, and some of them look worse than last time. All the cars Phil had never driven before. What? Okay. You should make a video about what are the essentials of making a good car design and automation. That is an incredibly broad subject. Incredibly broad subject. And I don't know how to make good modern cars, if I'm going to be entirely honest, without going in and doing like lots and lots of time into it, which would not make for a great video, because the video would be hours long and be a lot of guesswork, because I don't like making new cars in automation, to be honest. Phil, what about recreating real-life plane engine and putting in a car? That is something that I'm planning to do. Kind of the i8, inline 8 thing that I made recently in my last video. That was that kind of idea. It was a company that made planes and had an inline 8 engine, which they kind of like worked upon to make a road-going version of. Which is why it was so big. It was like 13.6 liters, I think? Something pretty big. That was kind of the idea there. Consumer Reports in 1968 report radials to be much safer and market share rose significantly. Significantly, sure, from maybe like 1% to 3%. That's threefold extra sales. That means that they've been shipping in like one shipment a year maybe. And now suddenly they're having to go 3 shipments. Even if they're going like 12%. That means they're only doing 12 ship. Like, vague terms like that don't really work. But still, radials were not big in the 60s. In the 70s is where the transition really started to happen, but it wasn't fully solidified until the late 70s into the 80s, when people started to see them being raced on and faster, because that was more than just some marketing fluff you saw in an article somewhere. It's safer? Oh, great. How much safer? Am I going to go from major damage to like a little bit? Like how does a tire make it safer? Is it the braking? Like, that's a brake thing. It wasn't really fully clear. Only top tier cars, like the sports cars or whatever, or European cars that were focused a lot on safety would bother selling them that way. Phil, can you do the boat engine in a car? I mean, I have something planned along that sort of line, so stay tuned for that. I mean, recreate it with real-life sizes specification. Oh, you want me to replicate an airplane engine? Well, that starts getting really tricky, because there's a lot more involved with just the dimensions of the engine. Tuning it is incredibly important. I would need to probably see a dyno graph to know what was realistic, because Engine Sim has no limitations, meaning you can make it incredibly unrealistic. Could you make a radial engine in the Engine Sim for a real one in automation? So here's the problem with using radial engines in a road car. It either needs to be incredibly small, which defeats the purpose of having lots of cylinders, unless you want to go high revving, obviously. But or what I meant to say, have it horizontally mounted like there was one radial rotary, or just have it like really large and like in the way. Radials in cars were not used for a reason. We need a Spitfire body fixture mod. I actually had that idea already. I was going to make a plane in automation, but I haven't gotten around to really actually thinking about that much at all. I just thought about it like, oh, that would be cool. So maybe one day we'll see. Anywho. Some mad lad put a 5-cylinder in an SW20 MR2 for Le Mans. Really? I don't know what an I think that's a version of a thing. Anyway. There's a truck on Jay Leno, I think, that has a radial in it. A truck is big, so that can kind of go with that. I think I may have also seen that as well. Oh, 5-cylinder radial in an M. Oh, that's weird. Anyway, in here we have a single piston solid disc brake, which seems pretty standard. Then we have ourselves here, if my brain works, I'll be able to tell you Double wishbone. I don't know why my brain failed so hard just then. Looks to be a ladder chassis. It's a little bit unclear right now. We have push rod, compact intake manifold, and is that a 2-barrel or a 4-barrel? Oh, it is a performance one. It does have a 4-barrel carburetor on there with a cast log, which is pretty good. I would... You know what? Yeah, no. I reckon that cast log is the best choice for these sorts of things. As stated before, there are performance versions that came with headers. I was about to say you could have also gone with a short cast, but I don't actually think a car of this year probably would have come with a short cast header. That was more of a European thing. But then again, I don't really know enough about American cars. That's an assumption. But if one car out of, like, say, 1,000 comes with a short cast, I'm going to discount that one, because that's within the, outside of the bell curve. You just chop off the 5% or whatever it is on the ends. What about putting a V16 in a race car from the 30s? Sure. What, the MR2 actually exists? What? Yes, MR2s exist. You're weird. Someone put a Bugatti W16 in an MX-5 Miata. Wow, that seems excessively expensive. Oh my god. Anyway, let's move along now. So, not a bad power plant. Seemingly rather realistic. I really do like it. I've also just noticed, I don't think I've ever noticed this before. I noticed it on flat engines. But you'll see that the head here doesn't go all the way to the flush of the block, but this side does a lot more. Oh, no, hold on. There. That's because the cylinders are offset. I wonder if the front of the engine... No, the front of the engine is actually quite flush. Okay, interesting. Maybe it's because they had to line up the camshafts anyway, so they programmed the front of the head to be normal. Is it weird for a 17-year-old to like making car sounds? No. I mean, I still make car sounds when I'm alone on my own. Someone put a helicopter engine in the 40s? What? Okay. Well, the radial MR2, I mean? Oh, okay then. I have no reason to doubt you on the MR2. Let's move down. Looks like we have a single exhaust after a ladder chassis, by the way. Yeah, okay. I would have thought you would have gone with a dual exhaust, to be honest. That's the choice, I suppose. Looks like we have very realistic looking rear suspension setup and brake setup as well. Good. This car is ticking pretty much every box, and I am very happy here. So we have leaf spring suspension on a solid axle with drum brakes. That is what this most definitely would have come with. There may be like special modified versions from the day, but this is what this would have come with. And then in the back, looking pretty good. Same sort of motif with the pointy middle area there. Fun fact, in the USSR, there were V8 engines, but they were only for trucks, and some guys put that engine in Russian sedans. Volga, good, okay. Someone put a helicopter engine. Yeah, that actually happened a few times. Mostly as concepts. The first one was... I'm drawing a blank on the name of it again. But then it was also like that the car that's dangerous at any speed. That one had an engine that was based off of that as well. I've just noticed something. I know how they've done this. And I think I love them for doing it. Oh, no, they've done it different than what I thought. But still same effective outcome. Probably actually a little bit more effective. That is genius. And I'm going to steal this idea in the future. So, if anybody doesn't know what this is, maybe you don't have a lot of experience with automation, this is a body molding fixture. That means that if you try to put it like a door handle in there, it won't sit flush with this, it'll sit flush with the main body type. The problem with that is it'll leave a cutout around the thing. So what they've done here is they put one door handle in for the cutout, and then they've 3D placed the actual one there with the cutout hole, but actually having it sitting in the right place. Mwah! That is a brilliant idea. I am stealing that. That is fantastic. You know what? Such mad props on that little fantastic trick. I need to give you a shout out for that. There we go. Ringu. Ringu is a regular here and a channel member. Ringu, when you see this, mwah, bro. I don't know if I missed that on the last time you submitted this car, or maybe the one that was similar with the same hood motif. That is fantastic. That is very good attention. Yeah, I know. I've always avoided it, going like, you can't do it. I never thought to cut it out and then put the actual fixture in there. Very well done. That is fantastic. That is genius. That is stolen. I'm stealing that. It's gone. Anyway, moving into here, they've got their own custom mirror thing. As you can see there, it's poking through into the mirror. Oh, well. We have left-hand drive, as it is American. We have no headrest. That is good. Weird seat design, though. I can see what they've gone for here, and I think it's worked. Is that individual things? No? Okay. I think I know what they've done here. This is a seat, this is a seat, and this is a seat. What they've done is they've squished up the side seats, so then it looks like the bolsters. But like the soft, not really doing very much sort of bolsters that you got in cars like this. Tricky dicky. I wonder... Nope, they didn't JBM a moving steering wheel. Oh well. So looking pretty good here. All pretty decent. I don't know about the two-tone rear dash? Parcel shelf, sorry. But sure, I suppose. Not a huge amount of headroom, but then that wasn't a huge factor as well. I like it. There's a lot here to like. Is that roof lined? Yeah, they've even gone for roof linings. Doesn't, however, look like they've done sun visors. Wow, that was so close. They had done so much. They missed out sun visors. Shame. Shame, shame. Nah, it's alright. They also didn't cover up everything. It's fine. Phil, you thinking of an truck 48? What? That doesn't make sense. Anyway, the Tucker, that's right, the Tucker. Tucker Torpedo had a type horizontally opposed 6-cylinder engine that was derived from an air-cooled Bell 47 helicopter engine designed and built by, yeah. So, engine, I mean, not straight out of a helicopter, but like derived from that. But that was actually something that happened a few times. Same with that Dangerous at Any Speed car. I just can't remember what it's called. I'm not American. It's not a car that I grew up with. See you when you get back. Pyro Menace. Then we got this one, which I think somebody was saying was an AE86, which I disagree with. It looks similar, but no. It's very similar, but there is a lot of here that just isn't exactly that. Corvair, that's the one. Thank you, H Gray F1. Welcome to the stream. Dipley as well. I don't think I've said hello to you. And Z Ultimate, welcome to the stream, bro. Now, when I spawned this car in, one of the things that really got me is, wow, those wheels look really nice. I don't know what it is. I'm staying at a distance now, but even if we get a bit closer, have a look at those wheels. They look really nice. Octane, are you late? You are 33 minutes late, so not really. Volvo 480 front. It is a little bit 480-ish. Yes, I will agree with that. Looks like a Euro interpretation of an AE86. Maybe. One of the other things I also want to point out here is there's like a clear defined bead line around where the bottom lip is, which is actually very common. So that's a nice little detail there, whether they're meant to or not. Usually what it is, though, is the body panel will, so you got your bumper here, it'll come down and then it'll just end back that way. But then the like later models or sports models or however it is that they go about doing it, will then have come out and it'll be a plastic kind of bottom lip sort of thing. So you'll have like a bit of a beard line coming together. This isn't exactly that, but it does a really good job of looking like that at anywhere more than like a couple of centimeters, to be honest. So nice work on that. Good design around here. They've created the bumper shape that they want, not just going with standard bumper. Nice work. Can't decide if those are stock automation pop-ups or they look really, but they look really nice. Getting good stock automation stuff to work is really hard. I feel that this is stock. So what you can do in automation is get your headlight in place and then 3D place it. You can even move it up and down and then move it back to 2D. I'll switch it back to 2D and then it'll fit in place. That is a very nice little trick that I found out a few months ago, maybe like up to 6 months ago, I'm not sure. It's similar to the things to like having the lights go around corners, edges sort of thing. This is a very similar sort of setup that you'll do with that. You'll switch it to 3D, move it into place, then 2D it. It'll take a little bit of learning, but I feel that that's what they've done here, and I think it looks pretty good. Custom work, every piece is separate. Oh, it is? Okay. That's odd, because I don't know this weird rounded... Oh, wait, no? Yeah, no, I don't know this top shape. This top shape... Maybe that's a custom shape. I didn't know there was like a... rounded... flat... What's a six-sided 3D shape? I can't remember the name of it. Anyway, you get the idea. Yeah. Like it. Let's go in and now see what we've got. I'm guessing one piston solid? One piston solid. Double wishbone. Looking pretty good. It seems that they've removed the chassis, so they've put in their own a little bit. That's pretty good. May have come with McPherson strut instead of double wishbone. Wait, that's two piston. Okay, maybe, sure, why not? That is a big engine that barely fits inside of here. They've got their own radiator, they've got a fan in here, nice. That is an overhead cam with 2 valves of cylinder, good. Mechanical fuel injection, okay, interesting. Nice work. It's a stock pop-up, I think, but it has square headlights instead of circular. You mean it's got circular headlights instead of, what? Square? If so, that's pretty cool. Okay, this car is cool. There's a lot of cool detail on here. Also, welcome Crispy Shaman. There was a custom pop-up mod that had those fixtures for the old version, but I didn't know if that made it to the new version. Ah, okay then. Welcome Double Axe. How's it going? Stock fixture. Okay. Decent engine. I also like the fact that it's canted. They've even tried to put in like a facsimile of engine mounts and everything. So they've had a lot of thoughts going on here, and I like it. I don't know what this extra thing is. Okay. We have shortcast as well. Moving down, we have our canted over transmission. Then into our independent rear suspension with semi-trailing arm single pistons. Okay. Interesting. What sort of tires? Look like a hard long life? Good. Then on the back, this is looking a lot less Toyota AE86 now. The frame is modded pieces in 3D, everything else inside. Everything inside is... Okay, cool. But yeah, nice. How have they done this? Oh, okay, that's tricky because automation's cutout sections for like having exhaust really low aren't very good. This is a nice little trick here. What they've done is they've added a bit of a lip around here, which makes it look like that's a general shape of the body, which is good. And then they just have it end around here. Oh, but they mirrored it. No. So I think I know why they mirrored it. The reason why they would have mirrored it is because this probably would have been stretched out, being all the way around, maybe? Would have been nice if they somehow had figured out a way around that, though. That would have looked really good. Looks European? A little bit, yeah. I can see a little bit of European here. The frame is... Good, I already read that. It looks European. Those nice use of fixtures on the rear fascia. Yeah, it's the little details that most people miss out on. Mirror was on purpose. Originally, version had a V8. Oh, okay then. Didn't change it on purpose. Okay, cool. Yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense. I feel that if they were going to do something like that, maybe what they would have done is had like the turn down pipes that don't need any sort of cutout at all. Why is the hatch interior so high? It's just a parcel shelf? That's not hugely rare. But then again, you are right. A lot of these longer hatchbacks often would have just been open. But I don't mind this. I think this is acceptable. Anywho, moving in. Hey, we have right-hand drive, which means this is either, once again, Japanese or British, as we were saying it looks European, or it could have been just sold to a left-hand market like Australia, because this would not have been like a Holden or a Ford, or like the Australian-made Mitsubishis, the Australian-made Chryslers, all that sort of stuff. We had a car here in Australia called the Mitsubishi Sigma. Sigma! I love the window antenna. I've never got that to work well when I do it. You mean the window heaters, not the window antenna. This is a heating element to defrost them on the rear. And this isn't on the window, so... I think this is what you meant. Getting those to work can be tricky. It looks like this is a fairly square window, so I mean it mostly works. There was also a fixture that somebody had in the previous version of automation that was a mod. That was pretty good. Mitsubishi grind set. Sigma male Mitsubishi. It's not Mitsubishi Sigma. It's Sigma Mitsubishi. But no, actually it was a thing. What happened is Chrysler had a company called Valorant here in Australia, and they made the Mitsubishi Sigma right up to the point where they were about to release it, or maybe they did release it for a bit, but then like immediately, like after like that sort of time period where it just started, they sold their factory to Mitsubishi, and then Mitsubishi was like, let's just make that car. It's already done. All tooling's already. Sigma. There was a few. I believe it started with this one, which I actually think is a pretty cool looking car. It's a bit ugly in this color, but I like it. I like that car. It's a bit weird, but like this little vent down here, the sloping rear end, the front headlights look pretty cool. I wasn't a big fan of, like, I didn't mind this upgrade, though I still missed the vent on the side. This one I did not like. And then this one was the lead into the Mitsubishi Magna, which was a very quintessentially Australian car. But yeah, this car, if it was in a better color like this, I really liked them. Is it like a better version? It also came in wagon. I completely forgot about that. They're getting actually quite rare now because they're old and there's like no support for them. Could you drive the Nissan GTR looking thing before the hypercar before it? No, I'll do them in order. The one in blue? Yeah, I thought it was pretty cool. Andrew Tate Mitsubishi. I know the name Andrew Tate, but I don't know where from. How did I not know about that blue one before? It looks extremely cool. The Mitsubishi Sigma? Yeah. Ford Escort vibes? Not really, like, slight. Reminds me of Nissan Laurel? Yeah, maybe a little bit. What's the Magna with old people? Yeah, I do get that feeling. Mitsubishi have a bad support rep. A little bit. Anyway, this now is a kind of Not very good recreation of the Ford Crown Vic. And I say not very good because, like, the headlights don't look right. This grille is not, I don't think, in the right place. These bumperettes, not really quite right. What they tried to do is get it close. FSO Polonaise looking Mitsubishi. I don't know what that is at all, so let's have a quick look at that. Oh. Yeah. Weird. But if you think it looks like another car and they're stealing somebody's design, oh, that's pretty cool. Blame not Mitsubishi, but instead Chrysler, as they were the one that did it. Anywho. There we go. Next car looks like what if second gen Crown Vic? Maybe? Wasn't there like a few iterations of it over like a long last period that this car was made? Headlights way too chonk? A little bit, yeah. That just says F. Yeah, I see that. It looks like the fork crown, a Vic crown. What? Anyway. FSO is a Polish car. Phil, do you think Sandman is a car or no? Oh, Samand. Don't know. Anyway, moving in, we have weird wheels. Probably not the wheel I would have chosen, especially with the radial on it. That would have been like outdated by that sort of time. That would have been weird. Very small but racy looking one piston vented disc brake on the front. On McPherson strut. On a monocoque. I'm actually pretty sure that the Crown Vic was running a ladder chassis. Very sure that that's actually what it was running. What is this thing here? Is that default? That's weird. I don't think I've ever noticed that before. Anyway, the engine itself is overhead cam with 2 valves per cylinder. I believe there was a 3-valve version of this, but that's fine. Got radiator pipes in here, everything they've modeled up. Is that, did they use a turbo to look like a water pump? I mean, I know that they work very similar ways. And then they've got like a bulge. Okay, sure. Compact manifold, and that is single point injection. So this is more like a first gen. What do we got here? Single overhead cam, 4.6 liter V8 16 valve. Why would they advertise the 16 valve thing? That's almost like, look how shit we are. Also, single EFI. They probably should have just put EFI on there, drop the single, drop the 16 valve. Also, like this Comic Sans looking motherfucker type font. It's so 90s. I hate it. The one thing known for they got wrong. What? Okay. Try I not type AMC Pacer. Good. English. I am scared the hypercar will hurt the car after its driven score. Sure, anyway. So a Ford modular clone? Kind of. Ford liked to label everything in the engine bay in the 90s, even if it was stuff that was not particularly great. Ford Crown Vic was ladder? I thought so. Anyway. It's the 90s, I hate it, Phil, 2022. Anyway, moving on. Got the engine covers as well, which I didn't think was a thing until the 2000s. But the Crown Vic is from the, like, early mid-90s, right? Like 1994 or something like that, I'm pretty sure. And then it was made in, from now until Hate Death of the Universe, something like that. Anyway, moving on. Why is there a pipe running? Okay, whatever. We got a cast log exhaust. All right. Moving down here, it'll most likely be automatic into leaf spring... coil spring solid axle with... I don't know how many piston brakes on the rear. Automation just forgot to draw it. They've, like, filled it in. What the hell? That's weird. I don't know why they've done that. But anyway. That is also... a very fat tire. Is that meant to be all season? I think that's an all season tire with like that glitch where it like does the stripes on it. Not bad though. Looking pretty good. The side looks pretty decent. They've done a fairly good job. And then the back end does look a lot more fitting. Is that the way you would put it? Crown Vic 1992 to... Sorry. You missed out a few zeros in there. It's 1992 to 20,000,012. Is like... They didn't stop the Crown Vic. You think they stopped the Crown Vic. They're making it in secret in underground bunkers. Yeah, no, that car lasted a really freaking long time. Just really sold it into fleet markets. Where Americans don't stop... Where Americans... I'm assuming meant to be comma. We don't stop, we don't need brakes. Or are you actually saying we're so American, we don't even stop our sentences with pauses like commas? Is that what you're going for? Great, love it. Geez, the Crown Vic is so durable, it survives the asteroid that wiped out the dinosaurs. Yeah, I know, right? Weird. That's actually pretty cool. I don't know what they've done here. Is that, No, that is one thing. It just, has glitched out a little bit. Interesting. That is what those taillights probably would have looked like. So that's a pretty good job. I like it. We don't need brakes in America. Also them flying cars. Alright. Now Cletus owns them all. Yeah, I know, right? He owns so goddamn many Crown Vics. I feel that mirror is completely and offensively wrong. Let's have a quick look at the Ford Crown Vic. Crown Vic. Yeah, as you can see, they're like blobulous. Not really a huge amount of shape. Even colored ones aren't particularly great. Is that meant to be like a next gen? Can that load any? Oh, no, that is loaded. That looks pretty good. It also looks a lot like a Ford Falcon. Screw you. That's pretty good. I reckon if Ford had to release the Ford Falcon that was made here in Australia, in America, it probably actually would have sold gangbusters, and they could have used it as a fleet vehicle over there as well. Could have just called it the Crown Vic again. The police Crown Victoria and the old Need for Speed Most Wanted is the fastest car in the game, in my opinion. Okay, if you say so. A Crown Vic in Need for Speed can beat a Bugatti. What? The Queen drives a Ford Crown from the year 0 to 1912. Okay. Press the WRX bonnet vent as a center taillight. I don't know if that's what that is, but it's something that sort of shape. There's also dash fixtures that are that shape. Anyway, haha, police car go vroom vroom. All new electric Crown Victoria Interceptor. The much anticipated revival of the infamous CVPI. The new models are slated to roll out in September. Is that actually going to release? Huh. I mean, the back end probably looks really ugly still. Have they just got 2D PNGs and then just slapped them on the side of this 3D rendered image? Because nothing here has, like, shape to it. And then they've zoomed in on it as if to be like, look how good we are. No. That is a flat image on a 3D object. Doesn't look right. That... And they've only got, like, front pictures of it, which is pretty weak. Anyway, it also looks like this was made by specifically somebody as well. So I doubt that this is actually what it is. The yellow car is cute. That one? Yeah, I think it's pretty cute. We'll get around to that. Let's not have this song. Is this Netflix again or whatever he is? Yeah, it was Netflix again. Looks like 2012 3D interior. It looks a lot newer than 2012, but what the hell? It's also upside down? Questionable choices. I am gonna say that steering wheel with that dash and that sort of thing there, completely wrong. The interior gets like a really, really low score. Considering you went to all that effort and didn't even put in door cards. Door cards are actually really simple to put in. Rear seats, clipping in a bit, but not the worst thing in the world. I see why they've also made it incredibly narrow. Once again, shoulder heights of seats, way too high. So on the rear seats, they'll be a little bit lower, but on all of them, generally, for the front seats, and the rear seats being a little bit lower, the shoulder line of the seat is only just creeping over the top here. So let's have a look at a Ford Crown Vic. They're all super duper dark tinted. Can we get like a good side? Yeah, it's a little bit hard to see, but you can see that it's ever so slightly just above there. We're looking down in it just ever so slightly, but it's also very rounded. Yours, way too high. It all looks very weird. Aftermarket sat nav radio? Not like that. Was that a... That's an old school sort of like AM radio sort of thing. It's also got Blue Point on there, which I'm assuming is meant to be Blaupunkt or whatever that brand is. Yeah. Interior, big no from me. Everything else, I mean, it does an okay job. I can tell exactly what it is you've tried to make. Well done. Moving on, however. So, once again, TVR vibes, especially due to this having a TVR sort of Ferrari headlight. Oh, it's... I don't want to say ugly, but it is actually ugly. Let's go... Not Star Trek, Car Trek. TVR. Yeah. That's the vibes I'm getting. Like that really, except like when it was worn down in their series. Can you load? There we go. Like that sort of, oh, you've added detail. Okay. Congratulations. It's an ugly. It's so bad to look at. Like I wince while looking at it. It's actually hard to look at. And that's what this is reminding me of as well. A Mitsuoka Orochi? Yeah, I can see a little bit of like that ugly Mitsubishi Orochi. I'm sorry. I get that you've tried to add detail on there. If you've actually specifically said, I tried to make what somebody thinks is a good car, but then everyone else looks at it and says, oh, that's not good looking. If that's what you're going for, I'm going to give you a bazillion points right there. If not, and you thought this car is good looking, I am sorry. This thing gets like a 1 out of 10. It is ugly, especially accentuated by the metallic paint. Now, the metallic paint does a really good job of showing lines. You don't want to see the lines on this thing. It's so bad. I nearly thought that Maserati Gran Turismo... I nearly thought... What? Okay, anyway. Looks like a Viper body. This? 2000s race car. You mean Bosuzoku? But no, I think what you mean is Ricer. That's sort of like a sex spec sort of thing. The paint makes it look like one of those beamng mods that just a car ported from a set of Corsa or something. Okay, then. This is like a tuner car from the... yeah, sex spec. Anyway, let's move in. Oh, why are the brakes so close to the wheel? What the hell? That's a weird choice. Oh, also, 6-piston brakes? Okay, this must be... Okay, they have specifically set this thing to have extra, whatchamacallit, wheel offset, I believe. I don't think this is meant to be like this. And they've also, I'm pretty sure they've squished the brakes out further, which is a thing you can do. Hades, Brogue, Sweeper, what? The front vent is inverted, I think. I don't want to look at the front vent anymore. I mean, I know that there is issues here. I hate looking at it. It's so unpleasant. We have double wishbones. Oh, God. Then we have a big lumping V12 in here. Double overhead cam. 4 valves per cylinder. Good. At least they didn't go, I just want more power, so 5 valves per cylinder. They do have a, tubular manifold.
And when everyone's super, no one will be.
So that's, against my religion. Then we have twin plenum, twin throttle body, which is fine. That's very Ferrari. God, this thing's so bad. VTEC V12? No. May the maker of this car have a strong heart and mind. What? Anyway, let's move down. Let's see what we've got. Did I just see ladder chassis stuff? No. What is that? Oh, the pedals go through the bottom. Okay. Why is it also Z fighting? That's weird. Z fighting being that, like, glitching thing. I don't understand. Whatever. We got a massive diffuser in the back. Twin exhaust. Independent rear suspension. Into multi-link. Oh, okay. I accidentally pressed F. Then 3 piston brakes. That is a overwhelming difference between front and rear. And they're also not max size. Which I don't know if that is max size either. But that is, probably going to have... I hope the engine sounds were modified. Oh, God. Why not talking me? Because you've used other languages, and a lot of the time your stuff doesn't make sense. So I don't know how to respond. That's why I'm not talking you. It's also not talking to you. Sorry. Maybe take a little bit more time to translate your stuff to English. That should help you get a response, if I can understand it. And its first run was in... What are we talking about now? Yo, the engine in the Spitfire... What has that got to do with what we're talking about? Anyway, the rear, it scares you. You know what? Not great, but at least I can not get sick like this side. Oh. Let's move on. Now, the 2 times I faked like the sort of thing, right before the first time I did it, I actually felt a gag vomit reflex. My stomach just went like... And I just went like... And I was like, you know what? I'm just going to actually make that a thing now. That is not actually that faked. For some reason, that car actually elicits a gag reflex from me. It is very weird. This car... A guy, look, it's 6-tip exhaust. I mean, it's a V12, so, I mean, sure, that makes sense. Divide them into 2. And you're done. Rear is better than the front? Yeah, I agree. But still not good. Let me be clear. Way over detailed. Welcome, SWT Viper. How's it going? KTM? Yeah, there is a little bit of KTM vibes, except the front bonnet is way too boring. Now, I've tried to do something like this in the past. You can look it up as well. This does have more... Like, sorry, what I should say is, mine doesn't particularly look good, but at least you've got in there some examples of ways to make there be extra shapeness to it. That is... Sorry. I still feel a little bit queasy when I was looking at the orange car, which is very weird. I don't think I've ever felt sick from looking at a car before. Maybe I ate something weird. Maybe that's what it is. And it had just so happened to align with, like, the ugly-looking car. Cross-out buggy cars? Sure. That doesn't look very aerodynamic. Yeah, no, not at all. Not aerodynamic at all. Shape, Samand... Has to be related. If it's not related, I'm never going to look at anything you ever say ever again. Keep things on topic. What's its relation to what we've been talking about? If you want to do unrelated stuff, we do it at the end of the stream, please. Otherwise, this process takes way too long. But the design in general is not bad at all. Yeah, I mean, this feels alright. It's a bit weird, but it feels alright. They've gone for, like, the 3-splitter technique. It's not actually a technique, it's just weird. I feel that they just wanted more downforce, which is sure, fine, okay. Your choice. Those brakes are way too tiny, but I suppose that makes sense. We have ourselves some, all-weather tires. If this... I feel that putting semi-slicks on this would be acceptable. Not fully slicks, because it needs to go on the road at least. The reason why I say that is because it really does look like this is meant to be a track toy, which means you're probably not going to be dailying this thing in all sorts of weather. If this thing is raining, unless you're British, you're not going to want to go out in that weather anyway, so may as well just stick some semi-slicks on here. I don't know. I actually find... What? Okay. A Mini Cooper made to race. This? I don't think so. Welcome back, Harrison Reynolds. How's it going? Anyway, moving in, we have ourselves a single piston, minuscule, solid disc. So maybe not a track car? I don't know. Weird. We have double wishbone, and then what the fuck am I looking at? Okay, this is spare parts. I was like, why is the engine tilted that way? Is that meant to be... That's a bicycle seat. Sure. We got a steering wheel in here. What the heck? Okay, weird choices have been made. Moving back to the rear, here's the engine. We have an inline 4-cylinder double overhead cam. Hopefully this is something that's plucked from somewhere else. 5-valve cylinder. No. Unless this car is like incredibly super expensive, that's a big fat no from me. Turbo on this side. Radiator is like right next to the intake manifold, which is weird. That is a weird way to put the intercooler. Weird place to put the intercooler. This thing must be a featherweight with them brakes. Yeah, I feel so. We have double wishbone and then 2-piston vented rear brakes. That's a choice. With a Honda-looking valve cover? Yeah. Anyway. First things first, if you want to have a full-out, full-blown racetrack, you're not going to run a transversely mounted engine. If you want to know why, we can see it right here. It takes up a huge amount of diffuser space. So you're going to be placing it longitudinally. Sure, you won't get diffuser completely around where the engine is, but it's only a small, narrow part. This whole section here will be perfect for rear diffuser. Your only other option is to keep running it transversely like this, which would only be a budgetary reason, and then have less of a rear diffuser, which will hurt your potential downforce options. Goofy race car? This is a goofy car? Okay, cool. Torque steer? Sure. See you later, CG Pigeon. Good night. I see a bit of Vahul in the rear. I don't know what that is. Anyway. Ariel Atom has a transverse engine, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, but it also doesn't have a rear diffuser. I'm pretty sure. Is it this one? Yeah. See? When it'll load in, you'll see it a little bit clearer, but there is no rear diffuser here. Okay, let's look up whatever this Vuhol thing is. Vuhol. Rear. Notice how small that rear diffuser is? Not actually doing a whole lot? Now, the reason why that is I am going to go out on a limb and say that that is not actually a real rear diffuser at all entirely. And there is no flat undertray here. The reason why I say that is because if this wants to enter into a race series, having, in most countries around the world, in most race series, a flat underfloor, and especially ones that have that go into a rear diffuser, puts it into an entirely new category that is a much higher level of race car, which means that you have to have so much more performance, so much more safety, and with that, you'll cost a hell of a lot more. So, I'm going to say that that rear diffuser probably not actually that real. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. Say Goofy and say R. Okay, I just did. A working supercharger? What? On this? I don't think so. Maybe, but it has a turbo on it. The mod worked a few weeks ago, but since one of the updates, it no longer will allow me to install them on a vehicle in BeamNG. Are you talking about the supercharger stuff? Hey, I know this is kind of often we can use the supercharger mod. Yeah. So, automation changed a little bit on how they export cars a few times, which made it harder and harder. BeamNG is also currently in a weird update. We're changing slots and adding slots and things like that. Most of the time, doesn't work. It is so weird. Why is BeamNG getting even shitter? I don't understand. Anyway, you guys are weird. Let's move on to the next thing. You know what, actually, let's have a look at the interior. We have right-hand drive, good. We have... Is that meant to be a hydraulic handbrake? I think it is. Except they've used a shifter mod. Have they? The hell? Oh, no, I see it now. No, that is a hydraulic handbrake. Okay. A weird hydraulic handbrake that I've never seen before. It's also, like, incredibly thick. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. A 7-speed and a reverse? What? Hydro handbrake? Yep, sure. Gated manual. Moving on to this car now, we have a yellow vehicle. Now, they said that this one was meant to compete with the MGF. Sure, okay. One thing I'm going to say, though, is I didn't like it on my car, and I don't like it here either, is this vent here on the side. Too much of a lip. It looks always out of place, unfortunately. Is it trying to be a rally car? Dassault? What? Welcome, Dippy. I don't know what it is you're trying to say, though. Dassault with some MG headlight. Okay, let's have a look at Dassault. I don't think I've ever heard of Dassault before. What is Dassault? Oh, the Honda. We call it something else in Australia. Yeah, the CRX. We call it the CRX in Australia. Never heard it called the Dassault before. No. Like, maybe the shape a little bit, but not really, though. I was gonna say it's... Oh, okay, well, you've deleted that message. I can't see it. Oys and lemon car from Turkey. What? CRX Dassault? If you say so. CRX sounded cooler, in my opinion. Yeah, I like the older CRXs, to be honest. I didn't like the Dassault. Automation Exporter changed the slot names from Camso Intake to Camso Intake. Yeah, did a few other things as well. But now BeamNG is going through a shit phase where they've broken something. So I'm going to wait for the next BeamNG update to hopefully fix this new issue that they've got. Changing the default slot that loads as well. So like, you can go into the code, into the JBeam. So it's got like the slot type and then it's got the default slot option. Changing that doesn't actually work anymore. I don't understand. For me to get my i8 engine to work by default, I had to not only change the name, but I also had to delete the standard setting, the standard option, so it wouldn't keep picking it. Oh my god! Here's a phone? Great. What? I have a phone? Sure. This looks more like a CRX, though, the parts market? What? Anyway, see you later, Harrison Reynolds. I'm getting so confused by this chat. Let's move on. We have, Chrysler Neon? Vibe? No, Chevy Neon. Yeah. Can we get like a bigger picture of the headlights? Yeah, a little bit of a like roundish headlight with a little bit of an inset thing going into the grille. That's kind of the vibes that I got here. Hey, Jumbo Jacob, somebody that can make sense in the chat finally. We have ourselves some hard long, medium combat, I believe that actually is. Single piston solid front axle. That's weird. Is it VTEC on what? I use my phone that way. Sorry. I use my phone that way. O-type is bad. Maybe take a little bit more time then to write it correctly. Yeah, like, I usually have to stop and recheck my writing as well, so I think that would benefit you greatly. Competition for the Honda Beat? Maybe. Moving to the back here, okay. We have 2 piston solid disc brakes on McPherson strut. Interesting choice. Works, I suppose. Why is there a solid front axle? That makes no sense. Is this your car, Ringu? I don't think this is your car. We went over your car earlier. Not that one. Not that one. Here it is. No, this is my Bergza. It is a K car, though. Yeah, I know. We have an inline 4 turbo. This thing looks like it's really meant... So this is like a 2012 design turbo, or earlier. It's twin scroll, and looks like it won't explode, which means it's not an old-style turbo, which means that this thing is probably ball bearing and not journal, which is not a sort of thing that existed much prior. 4-valve cylinder, good. We have a low RPM manifold, and multi-point injection. Multi-point injection is not a 2012 sort of engine, really. That, I suppose I'm maybe thinking a bit newer. And then they've got like the longitudinal engine cover. Mwah, very 2000s. I believe that they're trying to replicate 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, a V10. Odd choice, okay. Wait, what is that thing? Sorry. Wait, what? This thing is a rear-wheel drive? Yeah, rear-engine rear-wheel drive. Oh, mid-engine rear-wheel drive. BeamNG is always broken. They don't like fixing bugs. They just like adding random furniture. Yeah! That is so weird that they do that, but I suppose whatever. Until automation finds a way of exporting to a better game, we're stuck with BeamNG. Moving to the back here, we've got a single exhaust, looking all pretty good. Hopefully this thing doesn't have too much of a rear brake bias. I'd say that this car overall looks okay. Neither great nor particularly bad. There's just some weird choices that have been made, especially including these weird taillights. Done some weird things here. Not a huge fan of the weird shape that's come out here. My 4-cylinder is best V10. Sure. Oh, are you trying to... Oh, because, yeah, it's a 4-cylinder. Also, it's Dodge Plymouth Neon. I mean, I think I talked about that being on the front, sure. Let's have a look at the interior of this car. Looks like we have all the basics, and then very much a late 2000s sort of looking dash. Or maybe, I mean, even like early-ish parts of interiors as well. The whole center console being incorporated with the head unit, so then the head unit couldn't be stolen, was a thing that some cars started in the late 90s, but didn't really catch on in most parts until like the early 2000s sort of areas. Phil, do you know any Turkish cars? No. Some people may have talked about them previously. Turkey is so far removed from Australia in any sort of like regard, not only just geographically, that I know next to nothing about Turkey. Even the animal turkey. Turkeys are incredibly rare here. Nobody eats turkey basically at all. It's a rare thing. Sometimes people will do it. They're like, oh, they do that in movies. They eat turkey for Christmas, right? That's about the only time you'll ever see anybody make the mistake of eating a turkey, because turkey is very unpleasant to eat. BeamNG definitely isn't the best choice for exports. I mean, I think it's pretty good. There's a lot of cool stuff you can do in BeamNG. And it is actually a good simulator for what automation is good at making, which is cars from like the 1950 sort of era all the way up to like the mid-2000s era of cars. Really good in that sort of genre. Until Assetto Corsa 2 comes out. Not really. I don't know if they're going to do that. I have no idea. I doubt it because apparently they were already were non-responsive to them previously. You can ask me, Easy Germany, I'm Turkish. What? Oh, okay, East Germany. Anyway, moving on. Decent interior. It's all there. No divider here, so this had better be the sound deadening divider. Otherwise, that's going to be a loud thing. This is also where the trunk would be. Very small sort of trunk. Wait. They got glass over a plastic engine cover that's fake. Then another divider? That is weird. That's probably not the way I would have done that, but sure. Choices have been made. Let's move on. Now we've got this thing. I think it's actually an okay usage of this body, even though a lot of this looks particularly weird. I do, however, want to talk about air in versus air out here. Thinking about where the air goes is actually quite important for these sorts of vehicles. Especially with thinking of ways in which to design the car. Welcome, Max Bull Racing. W. Lycan? I know of the Lycan Hypersport. McLaren? Oh, I like that. The one thing that we don't have, though, is a splitter. So this is not meant to be like a track hypercar. It's meant to be just a supercar. Acura NSX? No. Moving in here. Headlights are a little bit small, but that's fine. Is that meant to be a fake then? I'm not sure. But we got a lot of air. A lot of air in here. And then a moderate amount of air out. Okay. A little bit of air out. Maybe a little bit of air will come out there. But it feels as if you're missing maybe something around here. Maybe a little bit of an addition to an air curtain. Depends when it is. I think air curtains really only started to become popular in like the mid-2000s maybe? Maybe a little bit early. Sorry, not 2000s. 2010s. This is somehow both generic and weird at the same time. Yeah, I know, right? Kind of like McLaren. 1 hour left until you have to go? Okay, then. Car looks like it's from GTA 5, but I like it. I wouldn't say it looks like it's from GTA 5. Maybe a little bit, but not really. GTA 5 cars are very hit or miss. Has tiny hints of Ferrari? Yeah, a little bit. More McLaren, though, but that's mostly the body general shape. This looks like beamng design to me. I don't know about that. I'd say automation design. McLaren, yeah, sure. Luca Mikos, welcome back. Hey Phil, well done on 5Ks. You're a very special person to me. I got onto YouTube with a bad example. My fault? What? Okay. You got onto YouTube because of you. Oh, okay. Thanks. Oh, because of me. Thank you a lot. And good luck in the future. Thank you very much. I was very happy that I reached 5K. Finally. This looks like a Just Cause or Saints Row car. Maybe a little bit of Saints Row. With that, like, weird, not really good looking sort of thing. It's just, it's a bit, thing. I've never played Just Cause, though, so I don't really know anything about it. Not my sort of game. I did try the side wheel cutout, but no fixture fits that body. This is a particularly tricky body. To get cutouts is particularly hard. You'll probably have to do it by hand with the patchwork sort of stuff. Very GTA car vibes. A lot of people are saying that, or maybe I'm just seeing the same person say it over and over again. So I will concede that point then. The only thing I don't like about the design of the car design is the fact that it looks slightly outdated, but at the same time it's trying to be modern. It is a bit weird, yeah. It's like you can't really place anything. Everything here just looks a little bit not quite right. Not particularly bad. I do like the fact that you've actually tried to do what's it called? Not a feature color, but like Maybe it is a feature color. Anyway, that's sort of like a breaking up of the color. What's that word? Is a word I'm thinking of. The only thing I don't like about the design is the fact that it looks like... I already read that. Oh, damn, didn't even notice that you hit 5K? You were 5K like a couple of weeks ago? Yeah, I know. It happened really quickly. Let me quickly show you my analytics. Have a look at this. 1,051 subscribers in the past 28 days. Oh my god. And I don't know how long this hype is going to go with the engine sim. Maybe they'll find out that I'm actually really terrible at it. But yeah. This front facial looks cool. I been back? What? Accent color. That's the one! Accent color. Thank you, Rodney Hayes. That is exactly the word I was thinking of. Let's move in and have a bit of a closer look at our running gear here. We have carbon ceramic, 4-piston brakes, looking pretty good. Push rod suspension, so this is meant to be not so much a GT car, but a supercar, though it doesn't look like a hypercar, because I don't have like the full front splitter and full aero package sort of thing. So that kind of like in-between sort of thing, not really meant for traveling, because this takes up a lot of boot space, like luggage space sort of thing, especially also being mid-engine. You're not going to have a huge amount of luggage space anyway. Big engine in here. We have 4 valves per cylinder, tubular exhaust, that's fine. This is a supercar. Then the intake manifold is twin plenum, looking pretty good. Can't read that. Quantità di moto. Sure, reached 4K 28 days ago, something like that, yeah. Less than that. Like, 27 days ago. It was super fast for me. For my sort of growth, I think, like, any other time I've done any sort of, like, collaboration with somebody, the subs growth will maybe reach 100 for a day, and then kind of taper off. This has been huge! I've had multiple days of 100 subscribers. It's crazy. Absolutely insane. Reach Marussia B2, what I was thinking of? I don't know what that is. Anyway. Is this a V10? I didn't even notice. Let's have a look. It is a V10. Alrighty. The American style V10. I think this is record time, to be honest. What is? Feel gladly butchering a foreign language. Yeah. I'm in a country that has no borders. We don't really learn many other languages. We learn maybe a little bit of Mandarin. Japanese was an option, but because I was brought up in the, like, whites is the way sort of mentality, for some reason, we learned French. Why? Why was that like the standard language to learn at my school? We're nowhere near France. We have no trade agreements with France. We have a little bit there for a little bit when they were going to build our submarines, but then like our government pulled the rug under them because they're like corrupt. Ah! So Russian supercars? This is? Let me have a quick look. Here we go. Okay. It's not Cyrillic. Oh, this is by Octane. Okay. Octane is in the chat. Yeah, I don't feel that this is Russian. Anyway. Italian, or that was my options in school. Macedonian. Oh, that's odd. It's a language which I don't ever think of. French is mainly spoken in African countries, I believe. A modified version of it, yes. I suppose I'm actually, half Canadian. My dad's Canadian, so there's maybe a little bit of that. Then he's not Quebecian, though, whatever the Quebecois. He's on the other side of the country. He's from British Columbia. Even in Africa, it's quite limited. It's Japanese, but with an Italian name. Okay, cool. The flywheel is so big it's poking out of the transmission. I just want to point out that that's an automation thing. We got push rod in the rear, and we have 2 4-piston brakes in the rear. Okay. Oh, that was the wrong button to press. Alright, so the back end here. You know what? I think they've done actually a pretty good job here. They've forced some leading lines in here, which I think have done a pretty good job. Nicely done. So like leading line matches up to here, line there, and line in the middle sort of thing, more lines. It's done a pretty decent job. The rear diffuser doesn't really match, but it looks pretty close. I feel that the strikes in the rear diffuser is what makes it not fit the body design or like the rest of the design language. I think you've also like is that added on? Unsure. Anyway, looks mostly good. What could have actually done there is instead of having the strakes, maybe have a bit of an accent sort of body shape in there and then have the exhaust down there. But I like the fact that you've tried to put the exhaust in a different place. In Germany, we've got a pick of Spanish, French, and Latin. That makes sense, because you're close to those places. Latin is a bit weird, but sure. Learn Latin and you'll not have such a difficult time learning those other Romance languages. There's quite a few Macedonians in northern outer Melbourne. Really? That's something I didn't know. There's an insect in here. Got it. I like the rear quite a lot. I mean, I like it. It's doing pretty well. Doesn't entirely match the body line, but it gets pretty darn close. I'll give them a pass on that. Are you going to do some more Minecraft server episodes? They were very good. They were also very underwatched. And with the extra stress that's involved with it and some of the people losing their shit at me, I felt it was just something I didn't want to do anymore. So, like, we got thousands of views. The Engine Sim one's got a lot more views. Thousands of views on that one. And then the Minecraft, 177. That is not a lot of love for something that took a lot of effort. Though, it was the most fun to record, I would say. And, like, the editing, I was in there feeling like, oh, this is such a good episode. And I just wasn't particularly loved that much. Pinpoint bug slapping. What? Oh, yeah. Actually, the first time I missed it, but I stunned it and it fell to the table, so I, finished it off. Finish him! I only speak American? Yeah. One of the only things I remember from French class is Parlez-vous français? Which is the stupidest thing to teach something, to teach to somebody that doesn't natively speak the language. Because Parlez-vous français means, oh, however you meant to pronounce it, means, because my pronunciation is probably butchering it, do you speak French? Why? I don't want them to speak French, I want them to speak English. Filmman, the ultimate slayer of thy insects. Minecraft content could be nice. I mean, there's a few episodes you could check it out. East Germany, Jawai Parat. Please keep it to English. Anyway. I would say I do like the side skirt. That's a pretty nice touch. What have you done here? That's 2 different fixtures, isn't it? Yeah. 2 3D objects. What are they? Oh, they're just cubes that you flatten out. Nice. That's a pretty cool thing that I've not thought of doing before. Probably because it doesn't really match. But the shape actually looks pretty good. It's more the sharpness of the edge that looks a bit juxtapositioning to the rest of the car. However you're meant to use that particular sentence. Looking at the interior. Oh, we have right-hand drive. Nice. Looking pretty good. We have a house key again with the key fob. I'm rewatching the Minecraft series now. I mean, you don't have to watch it right now if you want to watch the stream, but sure, okay. His Spec Afrikaans, okay. I'll get it to 100,000. What, the views are... Please don't bot spam or anything like that. I prefer to grow naturally without cheating. I know that it's hurting me to not cheat by using things like clickbaity titles and lying to my viewers, but it's... I mean, I don't like to cheat. I don't like to lie. I want to be known as, like, Honest Abe sort of thing. Like, people just know that I'm just not going to lie to you. Now, steering wheel on such a leant-back car, maybe that's okay. I feel as if the angle should maybe be tilted up just a little bit. That'll also get it outside of poking into your, whatever you call that. Anyway, though it looks pretty good. You've got pretty much everything in here. Soft drinks, you've got sun visors, no mirror. Oh dear. I mean, you do have a window there, and I'm pretty sure most countries have that as a requirement. I like the steering wheel in that car. It actually is a good use of that steering wheel. I think also having the badging on there looks pretty good. Nice cans. Hi! Welcome, Nexus. How's it going? I'm assuming that's Flame Z, right? No, that's somebody else. I don't know. Anyway. I forgot, lol. Forgot what? Anyway, moving on to this car. Did I just say anyway like 3 times in a row? Anyway. One thing I'm going to point out is I am not a big fan of your wheel placement. If this was a, like, 50s, 60s, 70s, not really 80s maybe a little bit 80s, sort of car, mostly dead by the 70s, this does not feel right. Oh, dead in the 70s, not by the 70s. Way too inset. Way too inset. Front tire. Done actually a decent job. You are Flamesy. I thought so. You have changed so goddamn much. Looking pretty basic, this car. It does look a little bit basic, I will agree. But they've tried. Clarkson moment. Well, did I say too much power? What? So, now let's have a look at the car. Your leading lines are there. So from a distance, it looks okay. What you really need is like your color accents to really add some extra shape here. Because it looks like you've tried to go for a modern-ish sort of car. Let's see, what year is this? (2006). You know what? No, okay then. But in 2006, you still have most of the time, unless it's European, a clear definer at the bottom of the headlights kind of area into a shaped bumper, and not a flat one like this. So let's try to find the contradiction to that rule by having a look at one that would most likely have it. So you can see here, it does have like a division sort of thing, and this would have still been in that sort of time. Let's have a look at Audi 2006. So yeah, here's the sort of breakdown of that to go to the next generation of styling. It does have a little bit of an indentation and then the headlights it comes out, but it's broken into being together in the grille area here. You've also got a little bit of two-toneness here in the fake grills, so this could have been faked as well. I also am not a big fan of those grille shapes. They just look too square. Let's have a look at something else. Ford Falcon 2006. So this is an Australian example. The last version of this to have that division there. Apparently that's a low-resolution image. A low-resolution image. A low-resolution image. Smaller, but working for it. Okay, so you got like a division here at the bottom area of the headlight. The headlight's out, and then it comes out to a shaped bumper. It's around that time where it started to go to flat. I don't actually like the look of this front end. But I can see that that's kind of maybe what you might have gone for here. But there is also still a little bit of shape around the headlights. What else can we go for? 2000 to 2010 80 Audi is a menace? No, I showed the Audi first for like that example. I'm gonna go play on the Minecraft server. Okay. And you can play and watch. This looks exactly like it. Hold on. There's a lot of similarities. But as you'll see, this is a fake vent, and this is also half faked. It's because you don't need as much ventilation as what you used to previously, but it looks weird to have small amount of ventilation. So, number one, if you want to take this to the next level, you've actually done a good job with the leading lines though. The lips on here. Try to find things that don't use lips. I could see here that I think you've tried to fix the lip issue. I believe. Which you've done a decent job of. Headlights are a little bit weird. I see that you've tried to add the shape to it. I don't think it's really worked. What you could have done there is made a custom glass and then made it less transparent and added a color like black to it. Is that Ford Falcon based on the different chassis or is it its own thing? This particular Ford Falcon, as you can see here, is exactly the same chassis, same glass house, same doors, same everything, same mirror, and also underneath as this car. And this is the newer one. So this is also the AU Falcon. Let me bring up AU Falcon. Let's bring up a default one. Now you can see here that it's got like this really sloped glass house, and it slopes down to a rounded off back end there, and then a straight line right back up, and then very rounded door with like a sharp line there. Exactly the same thing here. That means from about, I think, 1996 until, I think, 2008 or 9 or something like that, they kept this same chassis and main body part. And when you see it and you look at that, you go, wow, you're right. It's just a facelift of the same car for that long. It starts to look a little less pleasant until we get to the FG. And this one is finally a complete redesign sort of thing. Look at the logo. Ah. Okay. Ute is an ute. What? What is a ute? Oh. Ute is a two-door utility vehicle. This is a ute. How useful they are really depends on the vehicle. I really want one of these though, like an XR8 Ute. Oh, mwah, love it. Especially, let's go BA FPV Ute. Like the GTP? Oh, is that? Yeah, I want this. I really want this. But they are so expensive. I can never afford it. So, the other thing that you're missing is a lot of shape here. Everything is incredibly flat. Let's go back to that incredibly flat looking car that I said I didn't particularly care much for. You can see here that we got a little bit of shaping in here still. Got a little bit of shaping around the headlights. There is an accent line that goes all the way down here and kind of goes around the headlights. There's just more shape than just 2D fixtures that are flat. And these are incredibly flat. So, I mean, I get what you're going for here. The execution, like the idea is good. The execution, moderate at most. You might also add a little bit of edge around the top end of the grille. As you can see here, it's pretty hard to see, but there is something there. Let's go back to that Audi. AUDI. As you can see, this does have a chrome accent line around as well. Think of ways of adding detail. So here they've got a detail line coming around here. Hood lines come down and match into the headlights sort of thing. You've got that a little bit. So, yeah. I can see that you've tried to take this also to the extreme. Is that Nefix again? No. This is by Offshame. I don't know how you guys' music is just not really fitting for a stream like this. See a lot of Opel Corsa Ute here in SA? What the hell is an Opel Corsa Ute? Is that just a Holden Ute? Oh my god, that is hideous. What have they done? Oh, that is so wrong. I have never seen this before. What the hell? What is this? What market did this sell to? What is... What? South Africa. Is that it? Yeah, just South Africa. Am I going over the same? Oh, there's only 3. Yeah, I just was looking at the same one. I was going through the generations. All right. What? I've never heard of it before. That is a weird vehicle. That is just... It's strange. Why would they go to the effort of making a completely unique car when they could have just taken a Ute from anywhere else? I mean, cool. Great for South Africa, but... It's also not particularly useful, and it is very indicative of Chevy. And I want to point this out. So let's go to Holden Ute. This is a unibody exterior, as you can see here. We have Ute tray, and no seam line between that and the cabin. That looks good and clean. Not very useful if you want to, say, use it as a work vehicle. So let's go now to a Ford Ute. Hey, Nexus! Wow, thanks. Trying to compete now with Ringu, are you? Ford Ute. So Ford Ute, I am biased, I just like Ford better, but for things like this, they just think more about it. Wait, did you donate 10? You donated 10, bro! So, you're welcome, epically dude. I'm saying this for Nexus here. Epically poor dude. Apparently you're not epically poor now. Ulrich Hill, Octane, Lucas Merker, Motors, not a thing. Ekai Man, you're here twice? Please don't viewbot me. Javier Perez, Pro Gamer, Chromatic Schnitzel. You guys, go ahead, thank Nexus. That was madness. Yeah, that was pretty crazy. You never get lucky, Thumper? That's unfortunate. Look at me. Ayo, what? Oh, yeah, with the thing. Oh, thank you very much. So, as I've said in the past, donations of money make me feel weird and awkward because I don't know how to respond. Channel memberships feel a little bit nicer because I feel as if you're getting something back from it immediately. Though, whether it's actually value or not, spend on me. But this is the sort of donations I like because it actually helps out other people. So, very much approved, Nexus. First time experiencing on memberships. Well, now you have a few more emojis that you can use. Anyway, as I was saying, now back to this. We got the split body here, as you can see, which allows you to take the tray off and make it a full hardcore utility vehicle that can carry so much more. And you may look at that and go, I mean, is it really that much more? Actually, yes. This is hugely more effective. There was one time that they didn't use it, and it was in this line of vehicles, and this line of vehicles nowhere near as popular as the other line of vehicles. This is the long reach. I had one. There. Standard picture, Ute with tray on back, aluminium tray. This is quite a common sort of sight. This Chevy Ute is weird. Oh, yeah. In South Africa, we have the Lumina SS Ute also. The Lumina SS Ute. Is that a Holden? Because I know the SS is something that Holdens use. Yeah, so that's a Holden. Is that a Chevy badge on there? That is a Chevy badge. Okay. So, yeah, you did just get the Holden thing. God, freaking GM, such a stupid company. Why'd they shut down Holdens? They lampooned themselves and then went, you know what, we're just going to drop all left-hand markets. Idiots! Look at the Chevy. Oh, Ringo has clapped back. Oh, that means that they're way ahead of you now. I shouldn't pit you guys together. I'm not trying to cry for money here. So, Max Bull Racing, West Germany, Aaron F, Jackson, Hi Simon, Nicholas D, Moss, Warbot, Ringu, no, Admiral Obvious, Neon Dippy, Thumper. Oh no, Thumper still again. Left out in the cold. Oh god, Chevy badge ute from the factory. Yeah, it happens and I hate it. What is this? That is ugly. It's also really low resolution. Can we get a higher resolution image? There we go. Is this like a really small car? Compact. Okay, yeah. So this is basically a Barina, which we would call it here in Australia, or a Chevy Spark was rebadged the Holden Spark here in Australia. Is that what that is? Just like a really small car? That is weird. Sad ute. It does look a little bit sad. I will say, however, this actually looks sinfully ugly. Not as bad as that orange car, though, that we have coming up today. GM really making the worst trucks on the worst platforms? Sometimes, yes. We're going really quite deep into the ute rabbit hole here. Yeah, a little bit. GM, what do you expect? GM is so dumb. They have historically made so many bad decisions. How are they still existing? How are they not out of business? It's the later version of the Opel Ute. Okay. They changed the name from Opel to Chev. Sounds about right. Camaro front on a truck? Is that what that is? Okay, yeah. It looks bad. This makes it look like a Lexus. Which I don't think Lexus have really made many good-looking cars. I think we're done looking at cars for now. We'll try to keep it a little bit more on topic here so we can move along. And do all of the random lookups at the end of the stream. Welcome, Tristan Mills. Mans be crazy with these donos. Yeah, I know, right? Phil, in Europe, pickup trucks usually are something for smaller work than vans, so we largely base them off in compacts. Vans have an issue of not being particularly useful. So vans are not very popular here in Australia. Yeah, I was about to say that you really only use them for like work vehicles, but not really. So let me bring up a picture of a van. This will be the last thing we talk about in this subject. With a regular work van, you either access from the back or from one side. You have to have a ginormous vehicle, which is not going to be particularly great on fuel and all that sort of stuff because of its ginormous size to do things with. Generally, if you want to do like a seating down sort of job, so say like you're a mobile electrics fixer and whatnot, that can work for you. But a ute toolboxes. This is a lot more common in Australia. I mean, this kind of a little bit, but that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is this sort of stuff. No, that is the side. So this is also quite common in Australia. If only I could find a good picture. Here we go. So with this, you can load sand into it easily and you can shovel the sand off. You can put really big things in there. There is a lot more you can really do with this. Though you are limited in like the length of the vehicle. Generally vans you can make longer. But the one big thing about utes is a very common thing. Is being able to dump things in the back of a ute. Which is something you can't really do with a van. And if you ever need to do any sort of like moving of sand or driveway dirt or stuff like that, anything like that, immediately a van will never be in your mindset. And a lot of people do use utes for moving sand and dirt. Kind of manufactured nowadays. Targets to non-car people, show off kind of people, house-sized vehicles. HSV? What? Anyway, what does BMW stand for? Broke my wallet. It's just people's names, right? Also, welcome, we're Vixen. Vans are everywhere here. Yeah, they're not as common in Australia. Do note that in Europe, laws prohibit pickup truck loads to come above the bed's height. That is not a thing in Australia. Ute, Tourniquet, is that right? Yeah, these are very common in Australia. If you ever do have an issue of wanting to keep your load secured, you can stick something like this on, and they can come in rather large sizes. Even on the Toyota Hiluxes, these are incredibly common. There's also hard covers. I'm seeing only tonneau covers now. I mean, sure, okay, this is an example of it. They got the hard covers on here, but there is also for, like, the... Here we go. Ford Falcon. That is a sports hard cover. Isn't that weird? I mean, I love it, but it is so impractical. I have seen one person with it, and they're like, I like the look of it, and it is more secure, so you can actually put things in there and not have to worry about them being stolen, but it is so impractical. It'll only lift up a certain height, say like this, so you can't really dump things in it. It takes the best part of the ute and takes it away, basically. What's worse than raining cats and dogs, inhaling taxis? Sure. Welcome Chris Games to the stream. Welcome Chromatic Stetzel to the stream. I don't remember which one gave it to you, Chromatic. You probably scroll up and see. I'm pretty sure BMW stands for Bravo Motor. Does it? Okay then. I thought it was a person's name. This is the last thing on the topic. Goes into another topic. Did I? Damn it, I'm sorry. Welcome, Eman for Kim. Proton Jumbuck. Yeah, I love that car. Came in Aussie in the day. Looks like you. Yes, it is. It's a very small vehicle. I've considered buying one myself in the past. So we have a much bigger brake than what looks like actually would fit in the wheel. As you can see, the brim of the wheel, I've designed it to be very thick. So maybe the brakes are a little too big, or maybe your wheels and tires are too small. We have sports compound tires, Dunlap. I wonder what size these are. Anyway, moving in, we have 4 piston brakes. So this is like a high-performance car. But then I see you've got writing over there. You're going to try to justify this somehow. This does not look like a top-end race, like a homologation special. So it's almost definitely going to be a no on this. The 2UR GSE does, if I remember correctly, come with tubular headers. Alright. 2UR GSE. What is this? 5-liter Toyota engine. The V8... Oh, so this is an incredibly rare engine to start off with. We do have... I can't actually tell what sort of exhaust manifold that is. That's as high resolution as that gets, apparently. I was just looking at it going, when's that going to load? It's not going to load. I don't care. Bullshit.
And when everyone's super, no one will be.
Stop doing it. Stop doing it. Just don't. Unless you're going a supercar or a race car, just don't do it. Unless you have like an incredibly, like, you want to make a Halo car, just don't do it. Nah. I'm just going to call it. Unless you're going for like also incredibly high fuel mileage, trying to get like around government regulations in Europe, for any car after 20 S14, where you're like trying to really get into the European market, which just doesn't particularly look European. Yeah, no. Italian meme, what do you call an... artistic car? A Picasso? Okay, great. Is that Proton Wira, but the rest of the what? Bonjour, Phil. Welcome, board 140 team. Oh dear. What's more modern engine? What? Camber meme. It seems the future looks positive, but it all turned out negative. Not really. Wait, is that your transition clip or my head goes nut? No, what this is when people make decisions that are not really based upon reality. They're just based upon, I want. Which is not what companies do. Very rarely does a car company go, listen to one of their engineers that say, I want this. They just go, what's the price? And they go, I mean, it's a little bit more, and then they go, no. Nope, not happening. Oh, but it only costs a little, no. Let me stop you right now. I won't let you finish. It's very rare when they do anything. It has to have, generally, a relation to a number written on a piece of paper. Because that they can use for marketing. Otherwise, nope. New Proton looks nice. Okay, sure. Hi, Phil. I have to go to work on my real car. See ya. Okay, Rodney Hayes, go ahead, get yourself your mobile phone, hook in your headphones, and listen like a podcast. I'm joking, don't. You don't have to do that. Just being a smartass. Anyway, welcome, Not Santos, welcome to the streams. We have a mid-power manifold here with multi-point injection. So, even less likely for this then to be a new engine because direct injection is the first thing to come for fuel economy. This is just a power thing, unless this is like a limited production GT run, which this does not look like. That's going to be a no from me. A single throttle body. You know what? They would be more inclined, in most cases that are not American, to go with individual throttle bodies in like enclosed manifold. So, what by that I mean not race, than to have a tubular manifold most of the time. Alternator wear, small alti? Maybe? I don't know. Moving down to the rear, we have our normal catalytic converters, we have mufflers, we have independent rear suspension, multi-link, and vented rear 4-piston brakes. Those are some powerful ass brakes, bro. Not a big fan of the inside, as I said before. The rest of here, leading lines a little bit. So we've got a little bit of a match of a line in here. This kind of also matches on this little bit of a extra reflector light down here. You've done an okay job on the rear. The rear does look better than the front. Oh, okay. I thought that for some reason, even though this leading line here didn't match this leading line, I thought for some reason it looked right. And that's because this body line comes down and then it kind of matches in there. That looks pretty good. And I will say that the back end does look a little bit Lexus-y. Front end, not so much. Not really at all, I don't think. 4-pot on the rear? I know, it's excessive. That ulti didn't even work if it's a real world. If you say so. IS-250 rear? Sure. Lexuses are not common in Australia, so... Or at least in South Australia. I think I've seen like a handful of them ever. Like occasionally, you'll see a Toyota Sora with a Lexus badge on it. That's one that you used to see. Not so much anymore. I think people have cottoned on that that car is one of the ugliest cars in the world. What else? There's the, like, that Altazza sort of, whatever this is. This one, a few people imported into Australia. Not very common, but it was imported by a few individuals. I mean, I actually kind of like this one, especially with a good body kit on it. I'm seeing a lot of bad body kits here. And that's basically all you really saw of Lexus in South Australia. More recently, there are a few more, but not much. SCs are cool. I don't know what an SC is. Are you talking about the Toyota Sora? Nah, that car, and the car is just hideous. No matter which way you cut it, the car is it's straight up ugly. You can't justify that car. What is happening here? It's one thing. Okay, so I feel that they have put this through Blender. And they haven't fixed this sort of issue. I've gone over this a bunch of times. Look it up elsewhere. Does trunk open because taillights doesn't look like it open? I give a lot of leeway on this. What'll generally happen with a lot of these taillights is it'll actually be split in real life. Now, you can put a little split line down there if you want. There is a trim piece that does a pretty good job of that. It does look really jank, unfortunately, but it's something you could do. So let's go. What did somebody say this looks like? IS-250? Yeah. So as you can see, boot line is here, but the tail light goes all the way across it. And that's because there is a division line here. The only Altezza looks maturely aggressive? I don't think that's proper grammar, so I don't really understand what it is you're trying to say. It just scratch. I don't know who gifted me sub, but thanks. Well, Nicholas, you're welcome. It would have been either Ringo or Nexus, so just thank both of them, because they both did it at the same time. My favorite Lexus is the SC300. Ah, so yeah, this one. I mean, I like the SC300. Kind of. It's dated. It's not aged particularly well. So moving on to this car, we have a speedster here. Very, very rare sort of build sort of thing. It's also a one-seater. Sure. So this is meant to be a track car? I feel with a track car, you're probably not going to want a one-seat, so this is going to be like the car for the ultra-rich. And the reason why I also think that this is not particularly a road car and is only a track car is I don't feel that these lights are high enough to fit a lot of the regulations. Most regulators will say that the headlights have to be a sort of a certain height. There's a few different reasons. One of which is to get like a good shot at the road. You're going to have the lights fairly horizontal at that point, which means going over any sort of bump, it's going to be getting in people's eyes. That is one of the reasons why headlights have to be so high, so then that way they can be angled down more. So then they'll be less likely to flash people at night. Looks like it's based off of the Peugeot L750R. I don't know what that is. Let's have a look. See if it looks like this thing that you're talking about. This looks also both good and weird. To almost not good at certain points. There's also certain things here that aren't making sense, like this bit in here doesn't look right. Alright, Pippa's doing something weird. The back end looks a lot better, but it just looks weird. But I like it. This, you know what it is? The colors don't match. The colors look weird, and that's throwing me for a bit of a loop. One-off lap record car? Maybe. Kind of looks like a Renault-inspired sports car. If you say so. Not street legal? Sounds about right. Hey, it's the truck with the LEA... What? Anyway. It's very flat. Yeah, that other car, very flat. Look up the Sinwana. We'll wait until we get to the end of the stream for doing more now, I think. Yeah, this looks pretty good, though. I like a lot of look at this. It is, I'm going to say, ugly, but it looks kind of cool. I do like it. Moving in here, that looks pretty nice in here. So you've tried to do some modding here, and it has adversely affected the car. As you can see, the wheels are braking, and the thing is jittering. It took me a few attempts to get this car to sit still. Otherwise, this thing was actually just moving on its own earlier. It's a bit of a hassle. Also, to drive it in slow, small amounts It's basically undrivable. This is not a road car for like daily driving. Your brakes are way too small. 6 piston though, okay. Probably go less pistons, bigger brake disc, carbon ceramic, push rod suspension. Oh, okay, because the pedals are oh. What's that called, like pronation? You're gonna hurt your legs by having that. What you probably should have done instead is actually either made the tunnel smaller till the point it was 0, or just gotten rid of the chassis and made your own. Which it looks like you've made your own anyway, so why didn't you just hide the chassis? Moving to the inside, we have a big, ginormous V12 twin turbo or quad turbo. 5-valve cylinder, sure, okay, why not? Individual throttle bodies, behemoth-y engine. Did the devs forget that this is, like, you can have twin turbos, kind of like the extra turbo setup thing, on a V-type engine or something more than an inline? Because this is not twin. This would be quadruplet turbos. Quad turbos? Yeah, quad turbo would be the word. Why is it jittering? They've done weird things. My legs are uncomfortable just looking at those pedals. Yeah, I know, right? Like, your knees and ankles will be really sore after driving this for a little bit. Wheels are braking. Yep. Bro put RB26 intake pipes. No, this is... Oh, you know what? That is actually intake pipes. But yeah, hot end intake pipes. That's just the default thing from automation, though. Well, that doesn't add up because... Funny. You know what? No, it's actually correct. There is twin turbos. And then over on this side... Nope, it's wrong. It's straight up wrong. Nah, that's an incorrecto. That's a wrong. That's a... Hold on. Why? What? Why is that a thing? I went, you know what? They wouldn't have, like, flipped it instead of mirroring it, right? That would be stupid. Turns out they did do that. What? So yes, twins on each side. Bluetooth turbo? It doesn't look Bluetooth to me. It's just going into whatever this shielding is. We honestly did not pay attention to the engine bay at all during development. Oh, you made this car gaming, Adam. I bet 20 bonies if I didn't get membership the next time it I bet 20 okay then. 20 loonies. Oh, that's Canadian dollars then. Don't get membership next time. Is not going to happen. So what, you're going to donate $20 to me if you don't get it the next time? I mean, with 42 people in the chat, the likelihood of you getting it now is more like 50%. Actually, more than 50% because there are people who are already members. Gotta love automation. What is inside the car? We'll get to that. Supercar show in a nutshell. Yeah, basically. Oh, just make it work. Just make it work. Put things in. Oh, it doesn't work. That's fine. We'll push it. Anyway, coming to the back, we have push rod suspension. 4 piston brakes, carbon ceramic. Hopefully this thing doesn't have too much of a wrong bias. And glitchiness. Lots and lots of glitchiness. Massively angled rear wing. Rear diffuser is not a diffuser. Like, they may have tried to make it a diffuser, but that's... unclear as to what... Okay. That's a no-no. What's going to happen here is this is going to cook and delaminate and destroy all of the, what I'm assuming is carbon fiber around here. That's a no-no. That would probably start a fire eventually. Is this record viewer numbers for one-offs, these? What? Is this record viewer numbers? Oh, for one of these. No. I think 48 is the biggest one. Our big spacer? Seen car shows be like? Okay, so. The thing about rear diffusers. They want clean air. That is the number one thing. The other thing is like the under tray will go in, and then from the under tray, not from the engine bay, will go like that. So then the air that expands underneath, that's the easiest way of thinking of. There's the more scientific ways of thinking about it. This is the simple way. The more it expands, it doesn't want to be expanded. It actually wants to be smaller. So it'll try to compress. So there's less air underneath and there's more air on the top. It's pushing it down. That's how diffusers work. That is not a diffuser. So hopefully they made this thing realistic and it doesn't have very much rear downforce. And welcome, Hi-Fi Teen. And Ostdeutschland. Whatever that is. Welcome. Is that like an Austrian bordering with a... I don't know. Deutschland? I don't know. Dude tried a Regera alike diffuser exhaust, but it much way worse? What? Waiting for Walmart S14? Blown diffusers? I mean, they like good airflow still. They just get added a little bit extra stuff. Unless this thing has a fan in it, which I doubt. It has less downforce than its predecessor? Okay. Over the top, the diffuser, I think. It's not just diffuser. Walmart S15 got Victory Royale, no cap. What? Anyway, let's have a look. Is there a fan in it? Oh, they tried to go with the breaking the rules thingy. Interesting. I don't know if it's actually... No, the flat floor goes the entire way, so it doesn't actually suck in any air in from anywhere. So that is not a thing. Let's actually have a look here. Okay, so... You've got a lot of air in, but not a lot of air out. You've got a tiny bit of air out there. This is completely sealed up, so there's no real air out. Maybe the air is meant to come out of here? That seems like a bad idea. More air in again. So... This here would not be the expulsion of air from here. What this would be is basically an open area into here, into the wheel well, to alleviate some of the pressure, which will help with it then being able to create downforce and less drag. So you've got a lot of air in, but it's not coming out anywhere. I'm losing brain cells. The only other thing that it could be is in this void here. But that's not very efficient for creating a downforce diffuser. So I'm going to say that that's not fully well thought out. You're losing brain cells? I'm getting that every time I'm reading some people's messages. Stop the Zoomers speak, please? What? Anyway, let's move on to the interior now. As we saw, it's got the weird as hell pedals. Okay. It looks like you've tried to do a lot of this. Let me just pause the simulation, please. If you see this, there's 3 things to do. Let me just quickly bring up Blender. So then, if you ever see this, this is how you fix this sort of stuff. Go into edit mode. Then what you'll do with the things that you want selected to join, you don't want everything to be selected. Say like you want this face and this face to be joined, so then it's a little bit smoother. This is already joined, but this is what you would do. You would go, M by distance. So that will do the first thing. Then, if it is still triangulated after removing, so say we grab this. Edge split. So, now, these are actually... separated faces. These are no longer connected. So what we'll do is connect the two M by distance. Down the bottom here, you'll see how many nodes it's removed. So this is now back to being connected. If they are still flat and not doing what you want to do, then you would select said faces, and then you would go like the ones that you want to be smooth and go shading, smooth faces. If that still doesn't do it, go reset vectors. If reset vectors then creates blue lines, select those blue lines, or just select everything basically. Go edge, clear sharp. And that'll get rid of those blue lines which are making them sharp. If it is still doing weird things, go see which faces are wrong by going to this tab here, going to face orientation. And sometimes they will be flipped like this. And if you see a red one, select said face, go mesh, go normals, and then flip. Then eventually, oh, you know what, actually, at that point, maybe again go into normals with things selected, do the reset vectors if it creates blue lines, get rid of the blue lines. It's a little bit of a hassle. It's unfortunately just something that happens. Apparently there is a way to have it fixed. I've not been able to find the tool since I talked about it. But yeah, that is the sort of thing that you would do. That's that. Done. That's it. And that will clear up all of these jaggities. I also saw it over, I believe, on this thing. Is that what happened here? Because, yeah, that can be fixed. You've also got a few of these things. It's doing it... It was doing it somewhere else as well. Can't remember. But yeah. Might use one brain cells to make a car from automation. No, that's fine. If you don't go into Blender, that's fine. Just ignore it. Vents over the wheels is to avoid a Mercedes CLK moment. Sure, that is one of them. But you get a lot of pressure in the wheel wells as well. Should have raised the floor a bit and connected the floor to the diffuser structure. No, maybe just end the structure earlier and then have the diffuser join it. Phil, do you like Portuguese food? Never had it. Never thought about Portugal in my life. Is it Portugal? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's right. In fact, I couldn't even point to Portugal on the map. Let's have a look. Where's Portugal? Is that's the right spelling? Is it South America? Oh, no, it's off of Spain. Yeah. No idea. Spanish food, also not really a thing here. Tapas I've heard of, but I've never had it. I use older Blender version and never had that problem. Okay, cool. Well done. I will have a look into that myself. But yeah, this is the car. The interior looks problematic. Speed, RPM, temp, boost. Renault Strid. Okay, so apparently it is meant to be like a Renault. Non-European moment? Yeah. Also non-American moment as well. There's a Porto? Wait, is a Porto Spanish? I've also only ever been to a Porto once. And it was unpleasant and dry. Didn't like it. Is a Porto Spanish? Really? Wait, hold on. No, I'm thinking of Nando's. Yes, I have had a Porto. It was also disappointing and dry. But then again, that's just chicken. They just don't have a good way of making it. A Porto, Red Rooster, all of those places here in South Australia suck. In South Africa, there is a lot of Portuguese restaurants. Okay. I can believe Phil can be from streamer, programmer, 3D artist to geography people. Okay. Anyway, moving on to this. Apparently, some people are excited about their car being in the stream. This is meant to be a knockoff Nissan Silvia. I'm going to say that it looks a lot more like an S14 than anything else. What was the version they said that this is meant to be? I think they're trying to say that this is S15, but I don't think so. Now I want to try a Porto again. God damn it. S15. Yeah, no, not S15. S14. Yeah, the Gen 1 S14. That's what this looks a lot like. More than the S15. Lego Walmart S15? I don't know, Lego's blocky. Nando's originally in South Africa, or is that South Australia? Can you... SA means South Australia in South Australia. In the whole of Australia, SA means South Australia. SA does not mean South Africa. So if you keep saying SA, I'm assuming immediately off the top of my head that you mean South Australia. Please, the creator of this, put Rocket Bunny inspired body kit. I've heard of Rocket Bunny, but I don't remember what it is. Fun fact, Nantos is from South Africa. Okay. Never heard of Nantos. Is that like Mentos? Zenki S14? What? SA is South Africa. South America? Yeah, so please. Let's have a look at a little bit more of this car. I don't agree with this sort of design here. One, it's not horizontally aligned, I don't think, which looks a bit... No, it is horizontally aligned. That just looks weird. I feel as if it should also be up the other way to match this here. As you can see that this is, a thing. Also, I don't know if this is like a design rule, but I feel it maybe should be. The flat line of this should be towards the top to maybe join up with this. This also, headlight does not really seem to fit the era of the car. Nanfos, you mean? Oh, you meant Nanfos. Is that like some sort of medication? Mandos? Oh, you mean Mambo. I think you misspelled Mambo. Yeah, the clothing brand. I spelled clothes wrong. I remember Mambo. Vent shouldn't be aligned, to be honest. I don't know. It's upside down. It looks a bit weird. This also line doesn't really match. This looks okay, but that's like the wrong era. If we're looking at the S14, with any sort of body kit, there was never the air curtain slit. It was always just air in. If we have a look at the default car, it's always just air in. Air curtains hadn't really become a thing yet, I don't think at all. I don't know when air curtains became a design feature on cars. Kia might say that, but I don't think so. I can see he mixed S13, a couple of S14s. No S15 at all, really, to be honest. Yeah, no S15. Nando's? Oh, I've heard of Nando's. I don't like Nando's. I tried it. It tasted dry. You mean Lando's? Hando's? Phil, it's the S14 half? Anyway. You mean ladders? It's literally S15 bumper bra. This? S15. Can we find... Is that a default one? Wow. You know what? I don't think I've ever seen one of these with the default bumper on. It's really ugly. Also, the sharp line is not really at the bottom. It's kind of more like a different sort of thing. I'm trying to find a good front, please. Yeah. So it kind of comes out a little bit. That just looks weird. Is that actually the default? I type in stock and it doesn't come up. I don't think I've ever noticed a default from factory front bumper on one of these cars before. Really? This is the S15 I'm probably more expecting to see. This also looks nothing like your car as well. That's the S14. That's got to be an aftermarket. Oh, that's an R-Spec. Okay. Yeah, that's more what I probably remember. This looks nothing like an S15. Not even close. Like, I can see that you tried to replicate that, but it's not even close. Good luck seeing a stock Sylvia nowadays. Yeah, I know, right? Not surprising it's hard to find a stock JDM sports car. Yeah. S15 got different types of versions. Spec S, Spec R. Okay. S15 vent. Not even close. Let's have a look. Yeah, as you can see, that's an air in, not an air out. That is aftermarket, I believe. Maybe. Yeah, your car looks nothing like it. This looks like a 90s car. S15 was like 2000s, I believe. Then we have 2-piston vented disc brakes, decent. Then double wishbone, acceptable. Why is the side of the engine black? What the hell? What? What were you trying to do there? I'm so confused. Then we have an inline 6. Okay, so it's not as like any Sylvia. This has got an RB, I'm assuming, in it. Though it doesn't have the RB engine valve cover. So, no. This is not a Nissan engine, by the looks of it. Wants to know more of chassis. Watch Jimmy Oaks. Never heard of him. What's the cover car for Forza Horizon 3? Lamborghini? Anyway, we have... This had better be an aftermarket modification. Even if not.
And when everyone's super, no one will be.
Moving in. Please don't tell. Good, they didn't go 5-valve at least. Normal sort of manifold, low RPM manifold, so this is not meant to be a power monster. That looks like a stock manifold. Turbos are incredibly wrong. Let's actually have a look. I'm assuming, but incorrectly visually at least, trying to create an no. 26 TT? Is that right? Which one was the twin turbo? Let's see if we can find the elusive image of a stock engine. From a different angle, please. But as you can see here, the intake sides are not actually that huge. You can't really see the exhaust sides, but the exhaust sides are not actually that much different. I know the moment I type turbo in, it's just going to show like big, massive F-off turbos on it. Oh. That's the single turbo. So yeah, this is the general idea. The turbo housing and exhaust housing are pretty much the same size. This, in my opinion, is becoming unrealistic, which makes me think that you've gone a ball bearing and upped the quality on the turbo. That's maybe a 1GZ? Yeah, you are right. As you can see, I believe this runs sequential, right? Whereas this is set up more like a JZ sort of engine. Guys can clap because Forza is 10 years... Okay. Stock S15 around the world. RB swapping and sell it for a ridiculous price. What? Let me show you the RB25 though. So, you see how this has got like the bulges coming down of it? That is actually a thing in stock automation. You could have created an RB engine, but this is clearly not trying to be an RB engine then. Sequential 10 is from... Oh, okay, I got confused. Whatever, you get the idea. This is set up like an... Oops. Was it a 2JZ or 1JZ? Can we get the engine out? Yeah, anyway, you can see there that that's actually more of a... Anyway, let's move on. Down to the back, we have independent rear suspension multi-link. Okay. 3-piston brakes on the rear. Overkill. Sure. Same as I think the front brakes are... This had better be a drift car. Anyway, moving on. This looks a little bit more S15-ish, I'll say, but not even close. S15 rear. Internet is suffering. As you can see, it's got very well-defined lines around here. I know that this does come down kind of flat, but... It does look like, as somebody said, Walmart S15, even though we don't really have Walmarts here. Manual, sure. Right-hand drive, good. There's a lot of questionable things done here. Phil, opinions on the chromatic going to... What? Phil, opinions on the chromatic going to sleep now? Don't? It's either twin scroll or variable geometry turbo setup. Maybe. To me, it's decent, but wacky lines. Yeah. Not even close, but at least he tried. Yeah, I mean, there's that. I mean, I would have much rather you'd either done a good job of replicating or actually just trying to create your own car, which I think would have looked good. I think that's a Dodge something taillight, maybe. Interior looks accurate. That triple AC holes at the center? Is it? Looks more like a supercar sort of thing. Ah, it does have a triple. All right. Well done. Dash shape is correct. Looks pretty darn close. Yeah, well done. Rear seat's also fairly useless. I don't know if that's an S15 thing, is it? I know I had an 180 and they weren't that bad. Or still 80 technically. I want to continue. I suppose actually it would be the other way around. I had an a still 80 but then made it. But technically it's whatever, my brain isn't working. Anyway, let's move on. I'm not seeing any rear seats. Yeah, decent. These are the cars we have for this week. Pontiac had that AC set up too. Oh, nice. He uses similar ones on Stingers. Okay, cool. The only thing I can think of is like, I think it was a Zonda that had like really lurchy out sort of things. Can you use the similar ones? Wait, I already read that. Cool. Let's move on. Before I embarrass myself too much, let's have a look at the first one, which is a muscle car. Do they have a map that they want me to check this on? I think this one should just be good to chuck around any old map, right? Here we go. I don't know how this one didn't get more votes. I like the look of this thing. Nothing. Okay. 1970s, early 70s car. Where do we take this? It's American. So maybe West Coast? Do a little bit of drag strip, but we'll start a little bit of racetrack for this one. I'm really looking forward to the orange car. Oh god, I am not. Welcome Vane Blaine, by the way. Why are you so cruel to me? Turn off the gas crisis mobile? What? Oh, turn off the... Sorry, my bad. If these cars manufacturers knew that the Nürburgring existed, they wouldn't make a car for it. They would just go, why? Why does that exist? Why would you put that many corners on a racetrack? That green hell, should they go? What? No. No, please. Let's not do that. Please not do that. Don't want that. It's American, so every map works. Oh, you're right, because every map that BeamNG makes is American. I also just noticed the roof lines. Decent. Can't wait to see the... Oh, God. Why are you people so cruel to me? Brakes actually work, which is unrealistic. And the rear brakes locking up, that's very realistic. I also did note, and I forgot to mention it, but your rear wing does look about right for what I've seen personally, where the wing, like, angles upwards, so it's more to spoil and to create downforce. Oh, very understeery, which feels about right. Because one of the things that they didn't like about radials at the day, apart from the fact that they just weren't really reliable yet, was that their point of going to slip was very narrow, unlike crossplies, which was still seen in the racing circles as safer, because you could guide it into an oversteer as opposed to suddenly snapping into an oversteer, kind of like when I'm having to force here because the thing understeers so much. But then again, understeering is also very much an American sort of thing, I'm assuming to be considered safe. The only sort of racing there was circle track racing, but they would do a little bit of tuning to the suspension for that. You don't want to see the orange car? Thank you. Brakes work? Yep, but stops in time? Yes, but actually no. What sort of tires do we have again? Medium combat, I believe that is. Oh, She's got a high top speed. I'm guessing this thing goes over 200 kilometers an hour on a flat surface. Locking up the rear tires feels about right for a car of this era. No! Did that damage the car? I'm not sure. Skinny R tire. No, the second. Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought you were talking about like the one that I was comparing to the TVR from Car Track. Yeah, it's not particularly great at drifting, I'm gonna be honest. Because it's got the open differential. It really only, like, you have to absolutely stomp it to get it to go sideways. But yeah, we're gonna take it down here. Gonna go to the drift track. I feel the brakes are, like, too effective. Yeah. God damn it. Deflated both tires in one go? Whoa. What the hell? Anywho. Bring it down corners, which is not what this car is meant to do. And just understeer. I'm trying to get it to go into oversteer, but you really have to force it. It just doesn't have the traction, which is indicative of these sorts of tires. I also like how skinny the front tires are. You know what, actually, they're skinny all round. Nice work. I love it. Drive faster. You know, there is a big shift in car chases in Hollywood movies after Tokyo Drift. And one of the things I want to point out is what they used to do previously, you can really see this in some of the Dirty Harry movies, was lots of understeer, no real oversteer or anything like that. So lots of understeer, hubcaps falling off, and going over jumps. But after that sort of like Tokyo Drift sort of era, Hollywood car chases had drifting. That was basically it. None of any of these are the fast way of going anywhere, apart from maybe jumping. It's better than slowing down sometimes. It really depends if you have a reliable car that can survive it. But yeah, so this understeer feels quite genuine. Prehistoric suspension, very miracle. Yeah. Not's the light? What? Anyway, let's do... drive through here. And let's compare it to something similar. So clear you out. What year is the Barstow? 1969 to 19... That's about right. Let's go V8 automatic, I feel would be more appropriate. Same sort of years. Is there a road sport package? 69 to 71. Was there an after 1971? Why is it only 3 years? That's weird. Alright, let's find the cheapest manual. Oh no, sorry, actually more like a mid. There we go, road sport package. That feels about right. We'll go with automatic. Because this thing should have also been automatic. Welcome, Steel Pull JBeg. How's it going? You can't compare between Dukes of Hazzard type of movie and Tokyo Drift. I can certainly do that. Is this... Wait, what sort of transmission does this have? Damn it. Damn it. You know what, let's go, yeah, back to, since it is an automatic, there we go, okay. Do that neutral dump. And, I mean, there was no wheel spin, but then again, we got a lot of traction on that bit of the track. And this thing is probably quite heavy. I'm gonna guess somewhere between 14 to 1800 kilos. 14.4 seconds, that is really fast. As like a normal sort of road sports muscle car from the time, is that 15.5. So quite good. Oh no, we're into a lockup. No, bit of a ding there, but we're all good. I also, for a second there, I thought that this thing was manual, but I do like the fact that this is automatic. Would have loved to have seen twin exhaust, but that's entirely fine. Even Tokyo Drift movie didn't fully filmed it in Japan, just regular parking lot, big gears. Yeah, there was a lot of that. Obviously, filming that type of movie in Japan was really hard. Yeah, there was many issues. When you're going from a country like America to countries with lots of regulations, say like China, kind of, that really depends. If you're from China, it's really fucking easy to film the most deadly films where people will die left and right. But if you're not, getting around government bureaucracy is a bit of a problem. Then there's Japan, which is also very bureaucratic. Germany is also another one which is fairly oftenly problematic. France is also another one with... I mean, most people are just used to working a little bit of overtime. And weekends, which you shouldn't be, but France is very anti that, and I love it. I don't know how anybody runs a company in Japan. Tokyo, USA? Oh, you mean it was made by beamng devs? Oh, now it doesn't make sense. Yes. I'm back after load shedding. What? I don't know. Go GM still alive. What? Oh, how GM is still alive? What are you even talking about? That's something I said like an hour or two ago. What are we at? 2 hours and 45. Yeah, over 2 hours ago. Welcome, No Name, to the stream. How's it going? Blood, sweat, and lots of crying? What? If you say so. Ah, just understeer. Copious amounts of understeer. This is a pretty cool car. I'm going to assume that they want a full fill score. So let's go ahead and give them one. You know what? Actually, I do really need to go to the toilet. I've been busting for a while now, so I'll be back. We'll just leave it on this car. So much better. Hello, Pippa. You want some attention? You want some belly rubs? Yeah. Oh, you want some more attention? I'll give you some attention later, Pippa. Okay, good girl. She's gonna nudge my arm, I just know it. No, she's not doing it good. Chair gang, what? Bro, got no ad breaks. Oh, I forgot to do ad break, didn't I? Or whatever. Congratulations, you got a no ad break there. In the picture of a stream, is a Toyota 86. No. Anyway, on to this car now. Stream scoring styling. So I'm going to give it more of a je ne sais quoi sort of thing, but this is not probably one of the most, like, iconic sort of muscle car looks. It looks pretty good. It's got, like, the front splitter thing down there with a bit of an air dam. Oh, I accidentally breathed in some of that water. I like it, but it's not like the sort of thing that people are going to be like, oh yeah, you remember this car, best car ever, and then people are like, oh yeah, that is the best car. So I mean, I'm going to give it like a 6 or I want to go 6.5, but we'll go a 7 on that one. Acceleration is pretty good, but not huge compared to today's car, so we'll go 6 on that one. Handling, we'll go like a 4 on that one. There's a huge amount of understeer. It's more of a safety sort of thing. Fun factor, there's a lot of understeer, but that's to be expected. Though there is a lot of fun with like driving around in a muscle car, big V8, so that's pretty cool. It's not huge though, because it's only got the one exhaust. I don't know, I feel as if that just takes away from the panaz you get from these sorts of things. Well, in Australia, even water will kill you. Cool factor. I'm going to say that driving around an old muscle car, big V8 like this, is going to be pretty darn cool. So this thing is going to get like a 10. It's pretty darn cool. You know what? Place it next to like a Ferrari and Lamborghini will lose, but only just. So we'll go like a 9 on that one. You know what? It's also not like a cool, the one with the big wing on it. So we'll go an 8 on that one. Trackability. 3? I suppose you can use it on drag track, so 4, that'd be about it. Features for this sort of car. This chat is so chaotic, I cannot keep up with it, so I don't blame Phil for getting confused with it. Yeah, I know, right? Where's quirks and features points? What? I think you've got that wrong. Anyway, the engine will go faster than you. Huh? Anyway, moving on. Features! This chat is actually getting quite chaotic. We have a radio. Doesn't even actually look like we have vents for any sort of air conditioning. Oh, they paid attention, but not 100% attention. Does have an automatic, so features will be like at least a 1. Comfort. I mean, it looked fairly boatish, which is quite comfortable. A little bit of body roll. Just a little bit. Like, you can see the wobble there, as if the springs are stiffer than what the dampeners are. So it's like a little bit violent. I feel as if you should have slightly stiffer shocks at softer springs, maybe? Or maybe I'd be thinking about that wrong. Oh god, understeer. A metal steering wheel? That'd be about normal. Real Skyline badge on the dashboard. No wonder looks obvious. What? Skyfire. Not quite Skyline. So. What do the seats look like? The seats in the front were okay. The seats in the back, they're okay size. Not huge amounts of headroom, but it does okay. It was also not particularly quiet, and those tires are not going to be particularly the most comfortable in the world. So we'll go maybe like a 6. It's not uncomfortable. Quality. It's American, but it's really old, so you're going to be doing a lot more work on it, but at least it'll feel fairly solid. Let's go 7 on that one. Practicality, because it's also like very rudimentary engineering, except for the 4-barrel. Probably very good, but we'll also get more into that in the ongoing costs. Practicality. It is fairly big. It's not a small car, so getting it into car parks and stuff like that is not going to be particularly great. Practicality of safety is not particularly great. There's no headrest, no airbags, no nothing like that. You get that steering wheel pushed directly into your face if you ever have a big crash in the front. It does have 5 seats though, but you do have to like get them in through the front seats. It's not the most practical. It does have a decent boot. Let's go 5 on that one. It's neither practical nor unpractical, I would say. Value for this sort of car. The prices on these are pretty darn high, and the bubble is popping, so value right now for these, not great. But, I mean, they're only more likely to become more expensive going into the future, but after the bubble pops, let's go like a 6 on that one. It'll be pretty good. But not right now. Ongoing costs? Not going to be great. This thing is probably going to get very low mileage per oil. And fuel as well. Probably a little bit worse on fuel. Parts will be okay, but you will need more of them than you will on more reliable cars, maybe say like Japanese or Korean. It's got like a 3 out of 10. Good parts prices, but everything else is not going to be great at all. J-beam editing. It's also going to be like, with these older cars, you start playing whack-a-mole with the issue. Oh, I'll fix that issue. Oh, no, now something else popped up. Oh, I fixed that issue. No, now something. So it's like, it's a constant ongoing thing. I have owned older cars. I know what they're like. Full score 69. J-beam editing. I don't believe there is any, right? No. 5.3 liter, that's a weird displacement. J-beam editing. Would I buy this? Like a 5. I would, but the price is too much. Though it does understeer a bit much, so I'd buy it, but not for long. So maybe we'll give it a little bit of less. Like I would own it, but not for long. No. The je ne sais quoi now. And that's a lot of old cars as they aren't manufactured in... Yeah, kind of. Some cars are getting better, but you guys wanted a more detailed setup, so points thing, so that's what I'm going to do. You're going to go now, East Germany. See you later, East Germany. You're joining with West? Je ne sais quoi factor. I feel that's quite high, so we're going to go an 8 on that one. And realism and commonality. Aside from the particularly peculiar engine size... 1973, right in that fuel crisis? How much power does this create? Torque curve. Oh! That's less than 200 kilowatts. Okay, so that is a low amount of power. It felt like it was more power than that, but I suppose it wasn't able to spin skinny tires, so that's pretty good. And the fact that it didn't have a huge top speed... I feel it should have been lower, but that's actually nice. So let's go. I feel that this thing probably should have topped out about maybe like 170 or 180 kilometers an hour. 10. It's just worth a 10. It's just a good, realistic car. Goodbye, 69. Oh, well. We have a score, though, of 85, which is actually a fairly respectable score. It's kind of right in the middle of where most people sit. So, well done. I hope you enjoy that. Ringo, who was also here and gave 10 channel members. So if you got that, thank Ringo, and thank Ringo for this car. Next one is... the 1977 Avon 55C44. Why is it 44? True Crisis Mobile? Yeah. So what you're saying, it's an 8? What? There was a couple of 8s in there, yes. Every time I try to play, it says files... What? I don't know how to fix that. I have heard of other people having that, though. Phil, look at the Nissan 300ZX from 1986. Please make that related. That is not related to this car. What the hell? Why was it driving backwards? Install DirectX 10? Okay, then. How you're 10? Google is your friend. I feel this is closer to a Mitsubishi Cordia than a Toyota AE86. Let's go have a look at their description of said car. Great Britain. So this is a British car, apparently. A blank slate design commissioned by the UK-based company Avon in 1975, released in 1977. The 55C pinnacle of British design, complemented by something the Germans like to call functionality and reliability. I doubt that. Unless this wasn't a part of Leyland, maybe. Even still, even if it wasn't a part of Leyland, that seems like a terrible idea. The 55C was a passion project, a update to the classic English front-engine rear-wheel drive roadster. This isn't a roadster. It has a solid roof. Modernized with hot hatch. Okay, then better tires. Hot hatch? Sorry, hatchback? I don't know if hatchback was like a fashionable thing, particularly, per se. But then again, we got the, whatever that, one Rover was around that sort of time. Overhead cams and fully independent rear suspension. Performance figures not impressive by today. Only realized it looks a bit 480-ish, Volvo 480-ish. Nice. A couple of J-beam edits here and there. Edit nodes for better collision, better sounds. The works. Additionally, this is not a race car. It is best experience on the road. Its brakes take a little getting used to. And having an open diff means that you have to be less than generous. Have to be less than generous, but with the throttle to stop a one-tire fire or spontaneous spin. Understeer's a little too, but can't have your cake and eat it too. All right. Sorry, I am incredibly dyslexic. Why am I doing that? That's the button I meant to press. Okay. Avon, this is hand cream car? What? It feels not. Oh. Prone to oversteer. Okay. They did write a description for a different car. Did they write a description for a different car? What do you mean? I mean, I could say that this is British. I mean, it doesn't quite look British. The Roadster thing was a bit weird. But then again, I think the 70s, you started to see the move away from convertibles into the 80s sort of time period. The only one that really hung around was, like, a real hanger-oner, which was the MGB. It actually is quite nice on a racetrack. I don't know what they were talking about. That's a nice subtle sound. I like it. Yeah, it does sound quite fitting. Like the engine is really struggling. That is also a lot of RPM. That is an unrealistically high amount of RPM. Unless this thing drops off over 6,000 RPM. Let's have a quick look. Let's bring up that power graph again. Do we actually have drag mission, crawl, dirt, AI, arrive mission scenario, drift mission, precision parking, type career scenario, first person, garage, exploration bus. I'll try to find my own later on. I will create my own later on. Let's go to this. No, the power does not drop off nearly as much as it probably should. Also, that torque curve is very 80s and 90s, not so much at this time period, I feel. Because that, like, jumps up really quickly, and then very quickly flattens out. That is a weird engine. It's also creating a lot of power for the 70s. Ah, somebody has tried to add me on Steam. Invite. Anytime now, Steam. There you go. Ignore. I wish I could turn off friend requests, to be honest. I don't add people to Steam that I don't know. I don't add people to Discord that I don't know. You have to get to know me very well before I will ever add you to anything like that. Otherwise, you can just talk in the Discord. I am there fairly often. Whether I actually engage or not is a different question, unless you're actually specifically asking me for something that somebody else can't answer. But yeah, this car feels pretty decent. I like the fact that the thing goes to oversteer and then brings itself back in. Is it front-wheel drive? No. It is independent rear suspension. That's quite lofty in the price. We got semi-trailing arm, which is probably a part of the reason why the suspension is all weird and wacky. Ringo has added me to their... Okay, Ringo I'll accept, because Ringo I've known for quite a while now. And I also feel a little bit obliged with the fact that they're, like, chucking money around all the time. Oh, god damn it, Steam, why are you so slow? There we go, accept. Nobody else, please. I hate notifications. I should really just turn notifications off. In fact, actually, I thought I did have notifications off. You know, this isn't bad. I don't know why they said this wasn't a track car. Like, sure, it's not a beast, but it drives quite nicely. Now, how the fuck do I get out of here? They said it was British, though. We don't have a British map. The closest thing to Britain... I mean, there is the Somerset map. There's Italy, USA, which is a facsimile of what you might find out of America if they actually made maps that weren't in America. So, let's go to Italy. I'm going to try a little bit of like crossroads and maybe go into a little bit of dirt as well, because dirt roads would have been still fairly common as well. Does it have an interior cam or some sort of JVM editing? I think they said it was mostly just collision stuff was made better. Britishisn't? Britishisn't? Nice. Somerset, yeah. I don't like the Somerset map. The Somerset map sucks. I sent an invite to you a few days ago, but I think it popped. Don't think it popped up. I just don't accept them. I have not known you for very long. B-roads of Italy are suitable. Yeah, I mean, as far as an American map goes, it does a pretty good job. Of seeming non-American. What's happening? There we go. Why is everything so slow today? What's happening? Let's give it a bit of a, You know what? Let's take it to the hills. Even though it's Britain, and Britain is mostly flat. You know what? Let's go to the top of a hill, and then drive it down. So let's start here, because it's low-powered. Okay, so I tested what my futuristic F1 car would do using a hypercar body, and the actual parts I'm using off an actual F1 body did like 151 dead around automation test track with no aero. Oh wow, nice. Oh, now we've got the understeer. And slow it down, bring it around. Oh! That's a lack of slick tires and downforce. I was going too fast. Honestly, my bad. Though it does, I will admit, feel better on a racetrack than it does around here. But then again, this is a particularly narrow road with brutal things on either side. Oh, God! There's that downforce I was talking about. So that's an issue with semi-trailing arm. There's one dirt road there, but we'll keep dropping a little bit more. It is actually just a satisfying car to drive, to be honest. It feels nice. You just go around corners. Brakes aren't terrible. At least the speed is quite slow, so when you have to brake, you're not having to brake from a really fast speed, which is nice. It's really, if you're driving a car and you're white-knuckling it all the time, you're probably actually not having as much fun as you think. Unless you're an adrenaline junkie. Sorry, tire. Seems we had to part. Oh, it actually drives without the fourth tire. Okay. East Germany is back. Phil, quick rundown on how to tune suspension on a mid-engine car. Similar to the way you do on the front. Keep changing things until they work right. Basically, it's stiffer suspension in the rear, obviously because the weight's going to be there. But, just don't cause understeer or oversteer. That's basically the biggest issue. I am going to do a stream soon. It's going to be a build and race, but it's also going to be a stream where I build the car itself. And I'm going to be going over, like, how to properly do the suspension. And I'm thinking that's going to be this Friday stream. We're going to do a full build and race where I'm going to be going over the whole build entirely. We're going to take about 2 hours probably to build the car. And then we're going to do the race section of it as well. When the stream ends? Oh god. A long time. We're only on the second car in the testing phase. I feel this thing oversteers too much, but that was indicative of, That could have gone bad, and it did go bad. Indicative of, well, what do you call it? What's that thing? Semi-trailing arm suspension. Oversteering was just very common. Javier Perez, welcome. Yeah, you haven't missed very much so far. Doing pretty well. Bringing it down here. I just did the math in my head. I think your channel memberships just cost you 30 bucks for the 10 of them. That's a lot of money to chuck around. Thank you very much for that. I don't know why that just popped into my head. All right, let's do a little bit of dirt, but we're going to go uphill because going downhill is dangerous as it is. So let's do a little bit of uphill, bit of dirt. Rallying would have been like one of the premier sports to do around this sort of time. So this car seeing a rally staged on dirt would have been very common. That didn't happen. I'm a better driver than that. You saw nothing, right? Oh, that feels good. Get that side out. It's a little bit sketch getting it into the corner because you'd never know how much the thing is going to oversteer. But once you get there, it's actually pretty decent. I think with a little bit of tuning, this thing would have made a great rally car. Nice. Now I'm on the side of a hill, so it's like really super sketchy and dangerous. I hate this. But it's rather nice. So part of the reason why I hate this on a hill is because you just can't see corners, and what you'd really need is a co-driver. Come on. Come on. Good. Oh, no. Oh, dear. This is probably in the top 10 fun cars to drive of all time. Because it's just... Apart from the fact that it doesn't do what you tell it to do. It does what you tell it to do. I know, contradictions, but you should know what I mean. Like, it acts how you expect it to act. So, when it kills you, it's because probably you've been the one that's done something stupid. I like it. This car is not going to do well on points if we do a full fill score. Otherwise, it'll actually do rather well. And I want to give this thing a simplified fill score. And I want to give it 8.5. So I know that you probably wanted a full fill score, but I'm going to give it an 8.5 because despite it being a very bland car, it looks like you've done a really good job in automation for the most part. And a really good job of making it handle in a way that is pleasant to drive. A little bit fun, and all that sort of stuff. You're using a school email? What are we talking about? I used to be called Ferrari GTO. What are we talking about? I just realized the suspension tuning was set to default. I think I made a monster, and it's not even hybrid yet. What are you talking about? This car? Is this your car? Oh, what the... I move very fast. Alright, that's much longer. The only thing that I would kind of say doesn't really look very good is this mesh and then this inside. If this was flatter, I think it would look better. And then maybe have this inset. It just, as it stands, it doesn't really... Oh, this is actually a separate thing as well. Okay, that's pretty cool. Lots of cool detail in there. I just feel like this is... Maybe it's the aliasing. It just doesn't look aesthetically pleasing, this. But that's also to be expected. What are the headlight colors? Oh, they don't have the bottom lights light up. That's unfortunate. If they had had them light up as yellow, that would have been great. I also just noticed that you got the mesh in there as well. Nice. Except usually this mesh is actually like a flat mesh. It's usually actually just straight up, kind of like doily material sort of stuff. AMC Pacer with pop-up headlights? Yeah, but isn't also the AMC Pacer like really notoriously bad at handling? It reminds me of Austin Rovers. Yeah, it does remind me a little bit of Rover as well. So I do like it. It's pretty good. It also feels fairly realistic, except for the fact that it does oversteer just a smidge too much. Almost an 8, but I want to go an 8.5 on this one. It feels like it's way above an 8, but not quite a 9, because there's no J-beaming, as far as I know. Yeah, not even an interior camera. So apparently they said they cleaned up the mesh. Ah, okay, they just wanted to get the headlights in there. Fair enough. I like it. Let's move on to the next car. Ah, the Ford Crown Victoria. Now, I know we're on an American map, but let's take it to a different American map. Yeah, let's take it to West Coast. Let's take it to the dockyards. We'll pretend it's a bit of a cop car, and we'll give it a bit of a cop car rundown. The car, it reminds me of the most popular... it reminds me of the most overall is late 70s Nissan Micra with pop-ups. What the hell are you talking about? That was such a bad sentence. 70s Micra. I didn't even know that the Micra existed in the 70s, to be honest. I thought that started in the 2000s. No. Not in my opinion. Next car is the Ford. Even though they said it's not meant to be a replica, clearly it's meant to be a replica. So you're not going to get away from the fact that you're getting a simplified fill score. No worko here. $27,000? That sounds good. Alright. Let's take this for a drive. Go everywhere, every map is from the USA, basically. If you haven't noticed, the beamng devs have a hard-on for America. No other country, just America. It's like Ford Thanos. Oh, I feel this thing has too much power. No, the gearing is too short. Maybe. Wait, is this? Hold on. Hold on. What the hell? Why is that acting weird? That's very weird. When the light hits it that way, that is strange. That's not something I've noticed before. Weird. Anyway, is this a thing? That's right, I wanted to go into first gear, didn't I? There we go, first gear. Yeah, I feel that is way too short. This thing should also be like a 3 or a 4-speed or something like that. So second gear, also still short. Are we in fourth gear now? We're in third gear. So we got 4 gears. Okay. Is that ABS? Did this thing come with ABS? I suppose the later versions might have. Nice soft suspension. Wallowy. Understeery. Good. What has it got? Solid axle? Good. That's about right. Thanos have a Ford? What are we talking about? Why are we talking about Thanos? Victoria on drugs a little bit. Control E. Let's have a look at what year they've actually made this. 1995 to 2000. So... yeah, I don't know. I feel this thing doesn't understeer enough. I could be wrong, but I feel like this thing, like, I should be braking and this thing should just be horrible. But you know what? It's not a bad car to drive. I honestly have never been in the Crown Vic. I've only ever seen them in movies, so I don't know really what they're like. I think they're doing wordplay on the Ford Taurus? I don't know what the Ford Taurus is. I've heard of the Ford Taurus. Wait, what's up here? Oh, that's that small little road. The one dire fires, brah. If you look up, a lot of the times you'll find what speeds cars do in certain gears. So if you ever want to, like, do a faithful replication, one of the things you'll do, especially for a car like this, I feel, is where it's got, like, more power than what it actually feels like it has, is you'll, a lot of the feeling will come from the gearing. I also feel the tires are a bit wide. If I'm going to be honest, they just look a bit thick. I'm going to have, a button for that. Crown Vic. Tyre. It's probably the wrong spelling. Those look aftermarket, aftermarket, aftermarket. Can we just have a standard, please? Oh yeah, that looks fairly standard. They look about like 195s. These look about 245s? No. Maybe 220s. So like that's just a little too big. Ford Thanos is really old. It's made in 1976. Let's see if you're being truthful. Ford Thanos. Ah, so there is a car called the Taunus. Hey, you guys. The Taunus is a Brit Ford. Oh, okay then. I don't know if I mean, we did get some British things, but not a lot. It's as if like Australian car buyers hated British things. Or maybe British companies just never thought that Australians would like their cars. Like any Rover. There are almost no Rovers whatsoever in Australia. Jaguars also fairly rare and quite expensive on the used market. And on the new market, they are very expensive on the new market. What else? Germans are fairly common here. Yeah, I don't know. There's just no way of getting around it. Ooh, Drift-O-Matic. Also feel as if the automatic is not slushy enough, I feel. Did you go advanced automatic? No, I don't think you did. Australians like bigger cars back then. No. That is actually quite wrong. There is a long history of smaller cars here in Australia. We got a lot of Japanese cars. Our roads are also built off of a more, I mean, originally, a British style, not an American style of like massive fat highways with wide lanes. That's something that came later on when we had more of a love affair with America, being like, oh, America, Oni-chan, what are you doing, Step America? Oh, you're going to screw our economy? That's fine. We'll give you a free trade agreement. I thought I threaded the needle. Turns out I didn't thread the needle. It doesn't want to go in here. Why doesn't it want to go? Oh, it's because it's... There we go. Now it's all touching the ground. What? We made it. Elaborate? What's elaborate? Whoa! That gearbox. You could not drive a Commodore, Monara, or etc. on European roads very comfortably, I feel. That's true. They were unwieldy, but also, we weren't... I mean, they weren't actually that big. A lot of the times, Fords and Holdens tried to get smaller. Only the 70s Holdens and the 70s and pre-Ford Falcons were really big. After that, they got smaller again, and every other car around it was smaller, like the Geminis, like any Japanese car that we got. We did get a few British Fords here in Australia, but they had to be cheaper. That was the thing. They had to be much cheaper as to why people would buy them. No cop, no stop. Woo! Oh, wait, I'm the cop. Oh, well. Sucks GM pulled a plug on Holden? Yeah. They are... like... they'd better be family-owned, because if not, they should vote their GMs out, because... GMs are for GM. They're general managers, I meant. And their CEOs and all that sort of stuff. They should get rid of them. They make the worst decisions in the fucking world. Like, how do they become so goddamn stupid? Weren't some of the earlier Commodores rebadged Opals? Yes, some of them were. Some Opals were rebadged Holdens as well, so I don't think it was just the one side. We also got a lot of Opals as Astras and Vectras as Holdens. And also we got the Barina and the Spark. GM buys good car companies and then ruins them? Yeah, a little bit of that. How GM still alive? I don't know. They know how to sell to Americans. That's it. They knew how to sell to Australians, and then for some reason they were like, you know what, this company is too successful, let's lampoon it. What the hell is wrong with them? Alright, this car, not very realistic. Styling is close. Quite close, not exceedingly close. Some questionable choices, like the nav man in the middle there, completely wrong, and the center console just entirely stupidly wrong. Aside from that, it's nice to drive, just not what I want from a realistic sort of replica. Even though you said it's not a replica, clearly you were trying to replicate it. I feel you would have done better though with a shittier gearbox. 7 out of 10? Something like that? I'm just gonna keep destroying it on curbs right now. Because I'm having a bit of fun now. Right here, unlike anywhere else, it's really fun to drive, except I keep hitting the curbs. The curbs are brutal. But I don't care, still having fun. It's a knockoff, fair enough. GM Korea is also kind of dead. Daewoo disappeared after... Yeah, Daewoo isn't really around anymore, is it? They, made an open statement that they were pulling out of all left-hand drive markets, which meant that either they sold the companies or they went defunct. And Holden's wasn't able to sell because they wanted too much for it. And also, South Australian unions were a little bit out of control, to be honest. They were earning, like, fuck tons of money. Like, way too much sometimes. But the company was still, like, really super profitable. They just wanted too much for it. So Holden's went bye-bye. Opel and Vauxhall did pretty well on being sold onwards or being bought by whatever. Daewoo, shiny on? Yeah, a bit. This car brand called Jam Autos is a good car brand, though bought out by GM and ruined by GM. Sure. I wouldn't say that GM ruined Holden, as Holden was a saddle company that did a little bit of coach building. Those were custom cars. They weren't really much of a car company before GM got their hands on it. So, I can't really say that GM ruined Holden, as Holden was their own thing. It's just, they wanted to tighten up the margins by selling us American cars, I believe, which is what Ford was trying to do as well. And then they just, yeah, they flubbed it really bad. Then they tried to make a front-wheel drive Holden Commodore, and that was the last of it. Russia is now producing modern cars without airbags and other safety features with only airbag instruments because of trade restrictions. Oh, really? Oh, that's funny. I mean, it's sad, but hopefully it'll eventually be one of many straws on many backs that'll break them to the point where there will be an uprising. It's very unlikely, I know, in modern era with modern warfare coup d'etats. A lot harder to pull off unless there's a military backing you. But the military is very well paid for by Putin and his cronies. So, I mean, fuck the, what's it, not aristocracy, the rich that are ruling, basically. And the absolute corrupt governments, which we have elsewhere, but nowhere near to his level. I mean, Holden made some badass cars. Yeah, they did. And they also made some bad cars. Yeah, I like the people. I mean, sure. I mean, I don't really know much about the country. I don't like the government and the fact that they have historically always been a very aggressor sort of country. And they just can't seem to break out of that. Because the rich stay rich. Even during communist times, the rich stayed rich. It's because it's, Oh, I also just noticed that the hood, I think somebody mentioned it, I'd never saw it before, is not hood lines or anything like that. That is actually a scoop on the hood. Not a big fan. Oligarchy, that's the one, the oligarchs. Now, there is oligarchs in other countries, but they are not, I was about to say not so ruthless, but they are actually pretty ruthless. They're pretty shit. Like Jeff Bezos sort of people, Elon Musk sort of people, they're absolutely horrific. And Bring back the guillotine, which is what was used to kill off the people that were too powerful in France. I think that should be brought back. Welcome, Gage Dykstra. How's it going? Anyway, we've drifted this enough. I was hoping that I'd pop a wheel off on the curb, but I'm just not hitting them anymore. I'm getting too used to the car. Let's move on to... Need Ellis from Aussie come in Malaysia market. We never have American V8. Yeah, our V8s were all American anyway. Sometimes modified, especially with Ford, but generally. Rodney Hayes is back. Just putting coilovers in your car. Wow. What is my opinion on electric cars? I think they have their purpose, and I like them. I also like petrol cars. I also like hybrid cars. They have their own purposes. Profit is just a deceptive way of saying, wage denied to workers. Sometimes, yes. It's not also just about low wages, which is a problem in some countries. Here in Australia, not so much. We got a fairly good wage here if you're not living in Sydney. Don't get me started on that. It's more about trying to absolutely... You know what? I've just seen this. Oops, that's wrong. I'm not going to ignore anymore. Not going to happen. Block. I don't usually block people, but yeah, push my buttons. I hate notifications. Don't send them. Oh, hey, welcome, Space Warrior. It's about pushing the workers to the nth degree to give you everything they have. Right up until they quit, and then just replace them immediately. What is it, the Amazon. I think it's Amazon is like they work in areas. They push all of their employees through and like a revolving door them all. They all hate it, they all leave, they all get fired, whatever, because they're not working at 100%, 10%, which is what they do in the first like month or so, and then they're like, I can't keep this up. You want too much from me. And then they run out of workers in that area because they've gone through all of them. So they move somewhere else, and then they go through all the workers again. That's how shit the oligarchy is in America. Here it's more shit, but it's more about like we're heading towards Nazism. Like not so much like maybe a little bit, the like racial thing, but like the surveillance state where they treat people like they shouldn't have rights. I hate the sound of this thing. What is the engine? Not only do I hate the look of it, it's also the sound of it. It's a V12. Can I... Done. Okay. Let's give it a bit of a drive now. I think the first thing that has to go is Murdoch Media. Yes, very much so. Okay, so at least looking at the back end isn't so bad. The sound is horrible. The looks are worse everywhere else. I mean, it handles nicely. A little bit of understeer. It's okay. Feels nice to drive. God, the more I look at this thing from the rear end, it reminds me of like one of those like ugly comics that you'll find in like Mad magazine from the 90s. God, I hated those things. All those like the Monsters cartoons, all those sorts of things. Just horrible. Next car, V12s either sound amazing or horrible. From automation, no, they always just sound horrible currently. They've stuffed up the V12 sound. It's horrible. Now, driven it a little bit, we're going to go to ESC. I'm only going to give this a simplified fill score because I just want to get this one out of the way as soon as possible. It is very unpleasant to look at. A little bit drift happy, but that is fine because I don't have ESC on. This looks unpolished. No, it looks like they tried to polish it too much. And they went through the paintwork and to like bare bone... They've ripped the skin off. There's flesh showing. You know what it looks like from this angle? One of those mannequins that have like the skin removed for like medical training or whatever. And it's just got like the muscles underneath. That's what this looks like. It's like a Hellcat. Be a supercar. What? It's like a Hot Wheels? Yeah, a little bit more like a Hot Wheels than anything else. Braking. Not good. Braking. Oh. I decided to give it a little bit of a benefit of the doubt by braking a little bit earlier than what I would have thought. That it just wasn't pulling up in time, which means that ABS is probably counteracting a bad brake balance. Or your brakes just aren't powerful enough. It's probably actually that you got a bad brake balance. Automation's exported ABS is not very good. It's okay. It's just okay. It's not a high technical level system. So yeah, what you run into is if you have like incredibly unbalanced brakes, the thing will tend to just not brake nearly as much as it should. What is the largest displacement engine you have ever driven, car? Before the Barra, it came in like a 4.2 liter. I've been in one of those. Very gutless. Have I driven a V8? I think I have driven a V8. I think it was a 5-liter Windsor. Single-digit MPG though. Oof. Roasted the tires at quarter throttle. Okay, this car, 3 out of 10. I hate it. I hate everything about it. Did you try to torture me? Let's actually have a look. Is this a troll car? I'm sorry, Cries 2002. Hopefully this doesn't make you cry, but oh my god. Diluted aluminium with a partial aluminium pedal? Oh, panel, sorry. Double wishbone, V12, terrible sounding. This is a GT car. I feel this is maybe a little too rough for a GT car. Let's go turn the sound back on. That is a fart cannon of an exhaust if I've ever heard one. Which I have heard multiple times. I live in an area where there are fart cannons everywhere. 5-liter Barra? No. Windsor Ford LSF? What? 2J? It's a very small engine though. Yeah, that Chevy 8.1 liter V8 got about 8 mpg. Oh dear. You reckon the 2JZ is overrated? I don't know. It's light. And it does the job. Sounds decent. When this thing is revving, it sounds quite nice. But like the fart can idle? What the hell? Did you guys see that? The thing wanted a tip! Which means it's kind of weird how automation exports the cars. Yeah. That is a problem with automation. If you don't know what the problem is, what it is oh, weird. What you should have probably done is set this to have unbreakable fixtures. If we go Control N a few times, we'll see that the weight of these nodes is 0.2 kilos. Not a whole lot lighter than some that are down here that are like 0.17, 0.14s, 0.2s. There are some heavier ones like 2.94 kilogram nodes. So automation sends out the roof, sometimes quite heavy, especially since you've got a lot around here. Unfortunately, that's meant that your car is top heavier than what it really should be. What's the weight of this thing? 679 kilos. I feel that this thing is also heavier than what it should be as well. You're probably just running into like, if I make it lighter, the thing rolls too easily. I think it would have been much better off to set it to unbreakable fixtures for this. I know you might like things falling apart, but unfortunately for practicality purposes, having the fixtures unbreakable is just the way to go. It's like a buggy with overkill engine. It rolls easy. Yeah, a little bit. Kind of like a bad version of Ariel Atom, I think. What's the description on this car? Let's have a quick look. It feels nice though. It feels very vicious is the word I want to use. And it handles quite nicely. It's very well balanced. The GRJC, oh god, that is a terrible name. Grana is 1100 cc's, inline 4, 230 horsepower from that much. Oh wow, this thing must be pushed pretty hard. Very short production run, track toy only, 550 were produced. That is a very small number. This thing must cost way more than $45,000 if they got listed here. Probably like $75,000 if they only produced 550 of them. It's impractical in every way. Yeah, so if it's a track car, it's not going to get a full field score as well, so I can simplify that. What do you know about the Chrysler 426 Hemi? I know that Chrysler is a company in America and they made Valorants here in Australia. I know that the Hemi is a specific design of head. I know that the 426 is about 7 liters. That's all I know. So the Hemi is meant to be like, I think short for hemispherical. It had to do with like optimizing compression and optimizing power, I think? I'm not entirely sure. I'll have to make a Barracuda Hemi. Okay. What do you think of East Germany, Phil? I don't know. I know very little about it. What's that, the Russian side? Then probably fuck it. But the people itself that are German, sure. I mean, they did a pretty bad thing in World War II, but I don't know how resistant to change they were. Seems pretty brutal what they did. This really looks like the suspension is too stiff. No, not necessarily. Nah, for a track car, that's actually pretty on point. Damn it, I tried to keep it up on 2 wheels. What sort of aero do we have? So it's not old school aero, it's new school aero. But not maybe super cool, super new aero, I'm not sure. No camber? Damn it. Yeah, fun car. Unrefined. What you probably should have done is, yeah, once again, move that weight downwards. Because, unfortunately, lots of traction with automation cars generally causes them to roll over. It's weird, I know. I might look into ways of actually fixing this, because this is something I've had a few times as well. There we go, there we go. Oh, damn it, I tried to hold it. Also, the underside of your vehicle looks particularly weird. Why is it glass? Weird. Anyway, I'm gonna not give this one a massive score for a few different reasons. One, I feel that this probably shouldn't have been like a square thing. That just doesn't look good. Two, the rollover issues. Aside from that, yeah, it gets like a 7 out of 10. It's pretty good, but there is issues that need to be resolved. Talking about mid-engine cars, how do I help with high-speed oversteer in a downforce rear-wheel drive? Reduce your front oversteer, increase your rear downforce. Oh, sorry. Reduce your front downforce, increase your rear downforce. Germany in World War II is way worse than Russia. I think you forget how bad Russia actually was. So, let me turn this off. Germany was offensive, but Russia was slaughtering their own people all over the place for a very long time. Also, their control over their people was a lot worse than Germany. Front of it, it's like a PLP 50? I don't think so. Why is the splitter tripled like that? They wanted more downforce, so they added more downforce. That's probably what it was. Because unfortunately, adding downforce around the cars doesn't really work particularly great in automation. Imagine it's glass fiber? Maybe. But I think you mean fiberglass. Offensive versus suppressive? Yeah. We do not talk about this right here. YouTube really sensitive. Yeah. So I'm just trying to say that I don't really know much about it, but I think that statement was a bit off. Why don't you just add invisible wings then? I mean, yep, that's probably what I would have done instead of that. Merin ESM Eco. Let's go have a bit of a look at this car before we bring it out. I'm surprised that this one didn't get as many votes. I mean, I don't actually think it looks that bad. I like it. I mean, don't love it, but I like it. It's a cheap sports car priced at $19,000. One of the things that made it special is that it had an engine cover that looks like a V10. Ah, I called it. It's meant to compete with the... That's the only part I read. I missed the V10 part altogether, but the cover shows it. So MGF, 120 horsepower. That's a lot to be chucking in the back of a British sports car. 1,300 cc's and getting 120 horsepower? That's awfully Japanese. Like, being able to get that much power per liter? I think we had a talk about last week about how Honda was able to pull that off and how insane that was. Why don't you just... probably they don't know about invisible wings? Maybe. Looks like Aztec and Del Sol together. Do you mean that, like, weird SUV thing that was in Breaking Bad? No, not even close. That thing was very angular. Oh, understeer. But then again, if we're going with, like, the hydro ride suspension that the MG had, that makes sense. Thing doesn't have enough body roll. It's not rolling nearly as much as what it should. It's 90s. Kind of like sport-ish sort of car. Body roll, still the name of the game. The color of that? I mean, there's been yellow cars. Grill kind of looks like Aztec. You know what? Yeah, okay, I'll give you at least that one. But I would suggest more that a lot of it looks a lot like a, Oh god, the understeer is chronic. I can't remember where I was going with that. Oh, the Chrysler Neon, oh, sorry, no, the Dodge Neon. That, from the 90s, that's what the front headlights look like, and that sort of whole thing. Mid-engine Miata? Yeah, a little bit, there's a little bit of that. God, this thing understeers chronically. Do you know Honda take the two-cylinder engine from random East German engineered? What? Sure, okay. I mean, there was a lot of collaboration between, Japan and Germany during the thing. So, Germany, though, didn't like there being other ethnicities around, they did like the Japanese for their also, ethnically pure way. So they kind of had a lot going on, and especially also since they had similar enemies. The Japanese didn't really have much to offer the Germans, apart from maybe money and investment, trying to buy their way into the modern era. And the Japanese took a lot of designs, so they had a friendship afterwards that was a bit weird. But okay, sure, why not? I'm not gonna downplay trying to unify with friends or whatever. God, this thing understeers chronically. Hit the apex early? God, you really have to. Then it just understeers. Oh my god, it just understeers. Alrighty, let's do a little bit of tuning. I feel that this thing wants to be better. First things first, more rear brake power. Second thing, let's go a little bit of toe out on the front to help dart out a little bit. And then tires. Increase rear pressure a little bit more and decrease front pressure a little bit. Let's try that out now. Just a little bits of subtle change to see how it goes. I don't know, I feel as if they tuned this maybe to automation, and automation was going to give them, like, realistic stuff. I don't know, it just doesn't... Understeer, but it feels at least a little bit more manageable, maybe? I don't know. Yeah, there's a lot of understeer here. I want you to resubmit this, maybe redesign it to be a little better looking. Here and there, some things. A lot of it I like, a lot of it, a bit tragic, maybe. I'd like you to resubmit this, though, with fixed handling. Oh, you know what, actually? We've mostly fixed it. Actually, that's done a really good job. Yes, I tuned it to automation. Oh, this is your car. Do you want me to give you a simplified fill score now? Or... give you a full fill score. If I give you a full fill score, I won't give you if you resubmit. If I give you a simplified fill score, I'll give you a full fill score next time you resubmit. Your choice. Or if you're just like, you're done with this car, which is absolutely fine. Oh, a little bit of oversteer there. Oh, didn't quite work. Oh, but you got like a massive amount of like protection on wheels though, so we good. Doing all right. Nice car. Just had to do a little bit of tuning. I might even change it a little bit more. You will resubmit? Okay, let's give it a simplified fill score then. As it stands, design is okay. It feels realistic mostly. Maybe not this here, but the rest of it does pretty well. The story is a little bit weird, considering that the MGF didn't really compete with many. The MGF was made to compete with the MX-5. So to make something that was to compete with a failure of a competing better car, it's a bit of a weird one. Handling sucks. It's very unpleasant to drive. Like, just the chronic understeer was pretty bad. Do you actually have beamng? Are you able to actually test? If not, maybe talk with somebody else that has the game that is willing to work with you to tune it. The body proportions look a little bit weird, I will admit. By that I mean like this slope down here I've never really liked on this body. Maybe there's something you could do about that. Radio doesn't really seem to fit the era. 1995, yeah. 1995, this thing would have just had a straight up head unit that would have been stolen within like a little while. Unless you had the removable face one, which would have been common. Not an inbuilt like that. Will automation add air suspension? It has it, but it's not real. The back doesn't match the front. Yeah, the back and the front do look very detached. There is some similarities in their roundness, so I'm not going to poo-poo that too much. It looks okay. .8 out of 10, 6.7 out of 10, somewhere around there. It's doing well. I can see that you got there. I did kind of like the backstory a little bit, but yeah. If you had to put in the description that it was built to compete with the likes of the MX-5, the MGF, and the MR2, would have been a lot more like, oh yeah, I see what you're doing. Maybe even chuck the, when did the Z3 come out? BMW Z3. Wikipedia. 1995. Yeah, so could have said that it was trying to compete with this as well, maybe. That's sort of, doohickey dad. I love the clown shoe. I don't know why people clown on it. Just radio and driving. Aztec looking... I can't. Okay. Fair enough. Also, maybe fix up this rear goat eye looking rear taillight. Let's have a look. Goat eyes. Yeah. Like one of these weird goat eye sort of weird strange things is what you got going on here. It's really off-putting. If you could just clean it up a little bit, that'd be nice. Yeah, let's move along. Next is I don't know what country this is meant to be. Didn't they say, somebody say it was meant to be Japan? Let's get off of this. This is gross to look at. I also grew up with goats, so I just remember them a lot. What are we on? This one. Is this the top car? No. Second to top car. Okay. 2023. Made by Octane. Thank you, Octane. You're in the chat. Lol, goat, I love it. I like the clown shoe cars. Nice. Whatever. Means to go forwards. Okay, first ever mid-engine car manufacturer wanted a supercar, blah, blah, blah. JVM's custom thumbnail, custom sound developed from the Nordschleife and Spa. Okay, then we'll take it to Spa. Tire error, etc. is all done in automation. $354.000. Okay. I'm joking. I know that your periods are probably meant to be commas for us. What? Don't understand. Anyway, carbon fiber, blah, 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 blah. Recommend turning ESC off for controller user. Okay. Let's take this to Spat. There we go. Spat Frankenchops. See how this one handles the Eau Rouge. Is Eau Rouge the one I'm thinking of? I can't remember. Anyway, let's give it a try. Goat Moog? What? The only Moog I know... Oh god, that's not great. Oh, that's right, yeah, ESC you said. The only Moog I know is Marty and Moog, guys from Thing. That is an intense sound. Oh my goodness. Oh, understeer. You have too much rear to front aero ratio. So the thing understeers as you go faster and faster. Meant to compete with a Hurricane rear-wheel drive? Good sound? It is a nice sound. But, yeah, as I stated, this is meant to be supercar, not race car, so let's slow it down a little bit. Yeah, under braking does much better. So we got the braking grip into the corner, pushing down on those front tires and giving us the traction we want. I remember the car guys, forgot their channel name. Mighty Car Mods. Phil has crashed a supercar. Bro faced the wall like... The wall like nothing happened? What? I'm confuzzled. Anyway. I braked at race car distances. Probably shouldn't have done that. What sort of speeds were we reaching? Let's do this again. I think we can go a little bit faster through here by modulating the brake a little bit better. What? That was my bad. Man is Richard Hammond? God damn it. I'm not gonna get that name, am I? Alright, turn left. Turn right. Nope. Okay. Didn't crash into the wall that time. Didn't James May have a crash recently in one of their filmings? I want to watch their new episode. I gotta get the Amazon Prime for that. Alright. Turn left. Turn right. Understeer. Okay, yeah, no, we couldn't have gone much faster. Alright then. You have crashed into my sports lorry. Oh dear, okay. Let's do a bit earlier braking. About here. Your brakes feel unbalanced, maybe a little bit too biased to the front. Doing okay though. It's not a supercar, it's meant to be a hypercar, right? Ah! Oh dear. You recognize that background music? It's just off of a YouTube audio library. Who did it? This song is Enchanty Feet, Mr. Stabalion by Slink, spelled with a Y. Just in the YouTube audio library. Anyone can find it there. Or maybe you can just find it on YouTube. I've just got it set to like, I think funky and no attribution required. Because I don't want to have to go through and like, oh, this song was by this person. This is my first time making a mid-engine supercar. Okay, cool. Could have done with more front aero. Oh, that's unfortunate. Alright, yep, no, it's new aero where it doesn't have any modifications, unfortunately. Thanks, Ringo? What did Ringo... Oh, is your membership from Ringo, is it? Well... I think move the brake bias a little backwards. And more front aero. Maybe change the aero first, then change the brakes. Now, I know that jazz because the one meme channel that uses the music. Okay, then. What the dog doing? I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm not much of a meme finder. More camber? That's not going to help us because our low speed is actually pretty decent. It's when we start getting faster, over the 80 kilometers an hour, where this thing starts to struggle. I was going to fulfill experience cause of 5K. What? I was going to fulfill experience. What? Oh, you mean, oh, really? Wow. I mean, you don't have to, but thank you for the thoughts. But yeah, I know what you're meaning. Like, it would feel a little bit of a waste. You just got given a free membership and you're like, oh, I'm sorry, but I'm going to chuck it away and buy a better channel membership. That does, yeah, I understand that. That could be a little... Yeah, when you were saying that, I was like, what the hell do you mean full experience? Do you mean full sweat mode? Yeah, I didn't. That's what I should call the top tier. Instead of full fill mode, or like the full fill experience, should I change it to full sweat mode? Is that what I should name my top tier? I should also, like, put that past... Oh, God. I think your brake balance is also chucking off ABS a little bit. Blah! Phil, you're breaking the car. Phil immediately... You're breaking the car, Samir! Samir! Listen, Samir! Oh, I love that. It depends, of course, if we choose to gift memberships. What? Full sweat mode. Nexus, just wait. He is gonna do a Richard Hammond. Shut up. Damn it! Car does get a little bit unwieldy under, like, trying to put down just that perfect amount of power. Full SWATs mode? I don't think you watch my channel enough. So, yeah. If we were going hypercar, I would expect to be able to take that thing full flat out. As a sports car, I would expect to have to brake a lot like I just did. This is more like a sports car than a supercar in its ability to handle corners and its braking. Doesn't feel like supercar braking ability. One thing that the supercars should... I suppose, you know what? Supercars are mostly about, like, top speeds and looking good. So I suppose this actually does pretty well. Let's give it a Phil score, though. I mean, I don't hate the car. But I do think that your front end is a bit... odd? That's what it reminds me of! Oh, Guardians of the Galaxy blue guy. Not flu guy. Blue. No. This guy. Fuck. There's way too many blue people. What is going on? Blue bad guy. Well, that's not really going to narrow it down, is it? Ronan the Accuser. Okay. Ronan the Accuser. Yeah. That's what this reminds me of. Richard and Hammond? What? Yeah. The, like, the black eyes that go across and then, like, down and then across again. He might be your father, but he ain't your daddy. What are we even talking? What? You're gonna go now still, Bill JPEG? Phil, thank you for being around, JPEG. Yeah, that's what the... I remember, I was looking at it just going, when I look at it front on, it reminds me of a character, but I don't know who. And it was just completely out of my mind, I just couldn't think of it. I was thinking like a 90s 3D animated something maybe. Couldn't figure it out. Ronan the Accuser. In the eyes, it's like Catfish Camaro? What? Don't know what you mean by that, but yeah. Let's go ahead and give this thing a fill score, though. As it is not a race car. Styling. You don't have the air in to air out ratio. That's going to come into its realism. The front doesn't really match the rest. The rest is like all these smooth things. This, even though a bit weird, is, and sharp, is a bit smooth. The whole shape of the body is really smooth. But then this front, lots of angles, lots of sharp lines. Doesn't really match. So we're going to go like a, 7. Even though it's a supercar, could look better. Acceleration of this thing, pretty darn good. Supercar, whatever, we'll give it 10 out of 10. Handling, we'll give it a 7 out of 10. At anything like at road speeds, really good. When you start getting over, the thing does understeer a lot. Fun factor, we'll go like a 7 on that one, the same as well. Cool factor, I mean it's a supercar, but it'll always be known as like the Ronan the Accuser car. Because I'm pretty sure that other people would make that after a while. Acceleration? Yes. Trackability. No. The understeer is a little too much. Features for this. It was very expensive, right? 200-something thousand? 350,000. Let's go have a look at the insides. We have cool dials and everything. We don't have a screen or anything. It seems to be set up mostly for, track stuff, maybe? Like high-end supercar, low-end track, as... Don't want to call it a hypercar because... Or a track car because it's not good enough to be that, and that'll hurt its score. Features. Let's go like 4. It's not great. For, what, a 2023? Maybe all of the stuff is up there? I don't know. I feel you're just kind of lacking a little bit on mod cons that you might want. As a supercar, you also want to be able to at least grand tourish around a little bit. So you're going to want to have like a good sound system, which needs some sort of like head unit or touchpad for doing that nowadays. Phil, is your internet acting up because your Minecraft server is dying? It might just be the Wi-Fi. I haven't gotten around to fixing that yet. What kind of gear selector uses buttons? Anything that's not manual, basically. I believe what's actually happening here is it's a dial. And there is actually automatics in Chrysler Valiants. Auto buttons. Will that actually give me what I want to see? Because I remember seeing one of these. Is that it? Can't tell. Not a high enough resolution. Even when in here, it's very bad resolution. The image isn't even here. What the hell? What's wrong with you? But yeah, I believe... I thought it was in the center console. Center of the console. But yeah, like, they had, push buttons for gears. There's better resolution. Hopefully. God damn it! It finished loading and it didn't get any higher quality. What the hell? I was really focused on how to tune the car that I didn't have time to do interior much because I don't have much experience with mid-engine. That's fine. Yeah, you just needed more front aero. Your slow speed handling, good. High speed handling, not so good. Comfort. It's a supercar. It's loud and it's brutal. So let's go like a 3 on that. Especially considering your seats are also like very thin and then carbon fiber. Quality. You know, let's give that a 4. Quality. Actually, how much room do you have? You have a decent room. Yeah, we'll keep it at a 4. Low production run. What country? Doesn't say. Oh, is Asian Japanese? Still low production run, so it's not going to be huge, high quality. But at least it'll be better than Italian short production run. Let's go... I want to go 6 on this one, because the build quality will be a little bit better. But it'll also not be quite so breaky downy sort of stuff that you'll get from a lot of European-made and other countries that do short production run cars. So I'm going to go 6. It's got the feel of a supercar, probably, and also the other stuff. My brain isn't working. Dial not a button? Yeah, I know. I just wanted to show. What is this car? Do you have a... What is this car? Do you have a good day? What are you... Anyway, practicality. It's big. No luggage space, probably. Though you might have a little bit here. Probably not. Your front's taken up with front aero areas. Only fits 2 people. So, practicality is 2. You know what? 1. It's very big and unwieldy. Value. I mean, it's a very expensive supercar for one that's not, like, really fantastic. Fast, but yeah, that'd be about it. Let's go 6 on that one. You're not getting, like... Yeah. Compared that to, like, a cheap sports car, like a BRZ new one, or GR86, yeah, you're not getting much. Ongoing costs? Ongoing costs. I can't help but think that this would not share any parts with any other car company. Well, for the most part. Considering especially it's a V10. It's also probably not going to be particularly great on fuel. Let's go a 2 out of 10. It's better than a Ferrari, probably. J-beam editing. I don't believe there was any. Yeah, I don't think they said anything about that. Would I buy this? No, it'd always be out of my price range, but I'd consider it. Je ne sais quoi. I feel like most things are fairly well represented with the score that I've done so far, with its styling and good lookingness. You've done a fairly good job of like some of the fixtures here, and the back end you've done a fairly decent job. Chosen good choices as well for a lot of things. Not made in Japan though. This wouldn't have been made in Japan, I don't believe. So let's go like a 3. You've done some good stuff there that I don't feel is represented, but mostly it feels fairly well represented. And realism and commonality. I want to go like a 5 on that. I very much doubt that this would be made in Japan. Even if we look at the Orochi, whatever that thing was that people were talking about, that wasn't that powerful. It was still like within the gentleman's agreement, which was weird. It didn't probably need to be. How many hours? You mean for the stream? Currently 4 hours and 12 minutes. You mean in beamng? 1500. In automation, 1800. Sorry, 1100. 78. That's the wrong thing. So yeah, an overall score of 78. I think if the styling had been better matched, and the air in to air out ratios were thought of a little bit more, would have done a lot better. But then, it would have done a whole lot better in at least 2 scores, maybe 3 scores, if you had have put, like a balanced aero package on it. Currently, not the greatest aero package. As expected, my worst score... Really? I mean, if this is your first first supercar, mid-engine supercar, you're doing well. Some people have made horrible cars. And this is all rear-wheel drive, right, as well. Yeah, okay, you know what? A lot of people suck at making rear-wheel drive. You'll give you a little bit more je ne sais quoi. Just one more point. You didn't create a mess of a car. So, a score of 79. Twin turbo package. I feel a turbo would be a little bit more fitting, but also maybe something like a V6 would be very Japanese. Not an inline 4, though that is a very common sort of engine. Maybe a V8, maybe take it from like a Crown Victoria. Sorry, Crown Victoria. A Ford, a Toyota Crown. God damn it. Whatever the V8 one is. Don't want turbo on your company? That's fine. Maybe don't pick Japanese? I would just be submitting 2,000 horsepower cars all the time. Yeah, that's what some people do. Also, I don't think I said this before, but welcome Vincent Castro, aka Min Shin 56. That is goddamn a really long name. Spider-Man, what the? Alright, let's clear this out. Next car. The Realm SS 5000. Let's go see if they have any preference. No. I would have loved to have done this one, because it looks actually rather nice and pretty well done, but they forgot to put a link to download it in. What was I meant to do? What the hell? Here we go, okay. Yes, it's in smoke. Only the taillights look like that. I've just done... wanted to build a performance-oriented sedan. The luxury. This led to the birth of the SS sports sedan in 2004, selling pretty well overall. In 2005, Realm revealed the top trim of the SS, powered by a 5-liter V8, hence the name rather than the V6. 2004? Tubular manifold? Nah, not having it. You could just call me Minson. I mean, I could. Sounded very European by the description, though. Starting with a V6 and going to a V8, that sounds a lot more European than American. So, even though this is in beamng, this is a mod map, which means that it is able to be anywhere other than America as well. Ooh, front brakes, too powerful. Understeer. Oh, you know what? We got ESC on. Let's turn ESC off. Now we're about to head into some... Oh! Now too much oversteer. There we go, okay. Where's the next build and race? I think I might do one this coming Friday. And I won't give you any clues as to what it is. I've written up like 4 different rule sets in this time, and I've just been loving doing it. I don't know if I'll ever get around to doing all of them. Okay, without the ESC, this thing oversteers too much. Pick one. Make it handle well with ESC or without ESC. With ESC, it understeers too much. Without ESC, it oversteers too much. It is very peculiar. The brakes are actually pretty good when with no ESC. You know what, actually, if I'm just feathering it, not being particularly fast, this is pretty decent. A race car, sorry, a track car, this is not. I finally got there to saying the right words. Anything as long as it drives? What? What are we talking about? Are racing lawnmowers allowed in submissions? I have an idea. Yeah, go for it. That's up to you. If you reckon you'll get the votes for it and we'll make it into the stream, your choice. This AI generator car design? It does feel a little bit like, put thing here. Sort of, design. You've done okay. I'll give you kudos. Okay, that's acceptable. I don't expect a road car to be able to take, is that Eau Rouge? Is that what that was? Or was it Blanchiment? I think it might be Blanchiment. I don't expect it to be able to take Blanchiment in full speed. Hey, I saved it. Now, I don't know about Lexus, but this thing does actually feel very BMW-esque in its oversteeriness, but with the amount of lunginess, maybe it is Lexus. Next Friday, let's hope it's not with races for me, but hill climb. I mean, that is also an option, but we also are going to be running simplified collisions, which means anybody, banned or not from like being shitty at driving, you are allowed to enter because there will be no collisions with other people, only with walls. Which means we're allowed to run the nastiest of tracks. That feels about right. Ooh, a little bit more understeer than what I would like, but that was more of a me thing. I would have liked it if you had made the wheels properly offset on the rear. I don't know how that one skipped by you. It actually feels rather nice. If I'm not going fast, I'm not trying to be fast, this thing actually feels fun. So, I probably wouldn't take it to a serious track day. I'd probably only take this to a less serious, more like, go out, have a bit of fun, nobody's going fast. Maybe even a drift track day. Yeah. Oh, though there will be some stipulations to that no collision rulings. The ruling is if you would collide with somebody from the rear because you go into the back of them, you will have to take a stop-go penalty of like maybe 10 seconds or something like that. Depending on how egregious it is. That'll be up to you to decide, but you will have to do a stop-go penalty at the very least in the pit lanes. You know what I want to do? Automation, I know to be a very good litmus test for cars. A sports car will be anywhere from 2 minutes to 2 minutes 20. And a supercar will be anywhere from about like 150 to about 210. So let's see what this does around automation test track. Now I'll be with a controller, so it won't be perfect. Well, I want to give it a try. Mount Panorama? I think I have that mod somewhere. Gotta go again, East Germany? Okay, see you later, East Germany. This will be the last thing we do with this car, and then we'll move on to giving it a score. 1 lap. Turn off. Esque. Entirely. I'm gonna hope that this thing does about a 215. It does have a V8, so you'd expect it to be better than some. You know what? It was starting to understeer, so I thought, you know what? I'll just oversteer it and get the thing to point in the right direction. Not the right move. I'm using a controller. Not able to get the fine movements that I really want. That was my bad. I got distracted by chatting. Nah, let's go full sweat mode. I'm gonna not talk for this. Just understeered like crazy. Alright, let's try that again. Might decide to make another Mika Mo. Wait a minute. Okay. I might have to turn ESC back on. Alright, smooth power delivery works. Come on, 2 minute 15. I just realized I've not tried out the slingshot yet. $9,000 horsepower? God, I don't want to drive something like that. Next car on the list? Oh no, is that really? Oh, understeer. That's fine. As long as we don't damage the suspension, which I think we have. Yeah, no, we had. Damn it! You don't need traction control or ESC if you are listening to Deja Vu. Finding that point of traction is really tricky with the controller. I don't think I'm ever going to hit the apex in this car on Van Hammerhead. Good exit, okay. Car looks as if the weight balance is all the way to the back. No. Actually, what's happening there is power oversteer, which is just a problem with front engine, rear wheel drive, powerful cars. Decent speed through there, could have done a little bit better though. Oh, okay, we're crossing the 2:15-minute barrier. It wasn't a great lap. And 2 minutes 17. You know what? That is not a bad time. That was actually kind of right in the ballpark of what I said I thought this thing might do. Bro took when it's in doubt flat out, seriously. This is a tidy lap so far? Yeah, did pretty well. They must have taken speed and power route from Jeremy Clarkson. I mean, if you're not gonna... Like, the problem is you have to apex, like, super early for this car. Otherwise, it understeers and then power oversteers. It's very much a point and squirt sort of car. Speed and power makes car the best of the best. No one uses the oh dear one. Anyway, let's go ahead and give this thing a fail score. I think it's redeemed itself in its mediocrity of performance, which is what you would hopefully expect for a realistic car. Made by Z Ultimate, I think I've seen them in the chat earlier. Styling. I see what you're going for. We'll help it in the je ne sais quoi score, but here this does not look like a pretty car, in my opinion. Other people can disagree with me if they want. If enough people disagree, though, we'll see. Acceleration, I mean, it feels good, but it's mostly wheel spin. Handling, but it also does keep going once we get into higher speeds. Handling, let's go 7 on that one. It's handleable if you don't want to go fast. Hey, Muye, how's it going, bro? I'm scared of what would happen if I did one of these. Well, you mean a review stream, or you talking about like submitting a car? If you want to do something together, I actually have a bit of a plan. The mod's gone now. Unfortunately, I lost it. But I have a bit of a trick mod that I will get you to try out maybe one day. We'll see. Muyo's in the stream? Yeah, Muyo and I talked a while... talked a while ago. Nothing ever came of it. I think we were going to do a collaboration, but then he closed off his DMs and I can't talk to him anymore. But that's to be understandable. Fun factor of this car. So it is actually pretty fun. Very oversteery, loads of power, You can do burnouts for days. Like, it's pretty sick. Almost all the way through first gear. Pigeon moment. Don't have a pigeon yet. Fun factor for this car. So I'm actually thinking this is, though ugly, very fun. Cool factor for this car. Cool factor for this car. I don't know. I think a lot of people are going to look at it, so, like, I don't know. A Lexus is cool. Can I do a poll quickly? I don't do polls often enough. Is Lexus cool? Ask my community. Okay, people. Answer me. Riddle me this. Is Lexus cool? And then we'll go a little bit more there. Because they said that this was meant to be based off of a Lexus. But I think a lot of people are also like, so we're not talking about the coolness of this car. Just, is Lexus in general cool? I don't know, because Lexus don't really exist in South Australia. Trackability. You know, it did pretty well. I don't think the brakes are going to cook or anything. What sort of brakes do we have here? Are they... So they're vented. Sorry, they're sporty. They're 4 pistons, so they'll spread out the heat a little bit easier. But they're not like carbon ceramics or anything. Hey, Ringo! 5 more memberships. Thank you very much, bro. And everyone else, thank him for your memberships. So, bought a team. Oh no. Are we gonna miss them again? Are they even still here in the chat? The person that was like, they wanted to chat? Check DMs, want to try to get something out this time? Sweet. Direct messages. That is a friend request that I will accept. Everyone else, no, stay out of my friend requests. I don't take them. Yes, Muye is getting special dispensation for accepting friend requests. If you don't know Muye, earlier I was getting pinged by people sending me friend requests on Steam. I was like, no! Stop it! Pigeon Battle Royale? Oh dear. I think Thumper is still here. Yeah, Thumper, that's the one. So Thumper owes... You owe somebody 20 bucks, was it? Thumper? You said you were gonna bet? Oh wait, no! Sorry, you bet that you weren't going to get it, which means that somebody owes you 20 bucks. Whoever owes Thumper 20 bucks, now's your thing there. I'm just going to just separate myself from the fact that I said that you would pay me if you won, if you lost. So if you won, that means that I would pay. Yeah, no, let's just ignore that. Pretend that never happened. Oh dear. All right. Trackability. So, it's not a downforce monster. It's not amazing. It's a sports car. So this is going to be more in a track day sort of thing. You're not going to be like out cornering Porsches or anything like that. You're probably going to get in the way of like the faster cars. But if you go to like a slower, more comfortable sort of track day, you're probably going to do pretty well. Keep up with your BRZs on the straight, but maybe not so much in the corners. This thing isn't a corner monster. So we're going to go... like a 7 on this. You can take it around. Moye Jazz running good or blown radiator? What? I have no idea what you're trying to say. Misa nu do words understand speak, yes. Features, what was the price of this car? It was what, like $57,000. So it's going to be like a mid-tier sort of feature set. I'm going to have to try to guess a lot of this. Oh, what year is this car? 2006. I feel so full of energy now. I don't know why. Muye brings the energy. Just by being in the room, apparently. What the hell? One, I've not seen this key fob orientation. And 2, they've actually stuck it in the side there, which is pretty cool. They didn't align it properly. Gravity doesn't work like that. Faster cars. Honestly, in the way of faster cars... fits me. What? I'm so confused. If I don't get it next time, I'll pay someone 5 loonies next time. Oh, okay. I think a channel membership is like $3, bro. You can probably afford that if you can afford $5. When did the Jar Jar voice wrong film in? I mean, yes, I can do the Jar Jar voice, but I don't know why you're asking for it now. Weird. So 2005, it's not going to be the greatest tech. We got like a CD player in there. We got some air conditioning. Looks like we got electric seats. So, also, that's split climate. So it's got some, but it probably doesn't have like your radar guided cruise control. Probably doesn't have night vision heads up display. Probably doesn't have a heads up display in real life. So it's going to have like a lot of good stuff, but mostly it's going to be around the feel of the luxury. So features, we're just going to go like a 6 on that one. It has a lot, but not a huge amount. Comfort of this car, it looked fairly soft. You know what? I think we're going to end that poll now. So 75% of you said yes and 25% no. So I think for the cool factor, it's ugly and it's uncool, but trying to copy a Lexus a little bit, if you're trying to say like, in our universe with a Lexus, we'll maybe go like, maybe then a 6 on this car. Because people will know it's handling good, and at least you're not copying an uncool car. That's kind of what I was going for. $4 is that Brazilian monies? Oh dear. Also, welcome Brazilian Sheetbox. Love the name. Is the full fill £36? I don't know, but in Australian dollars, the full 86 membership in Australian dollars is, I think, $69. Now, I wanted to make it $86 for the memes of it. But yeah, no, it's $69. Just because that was the only other funny number. Where were we up to? Comfort. I don't know. Seats look okay. Legroom in the back is abysmal. What is that? It's a 4-door. How do you not have legroom? Maybe move the steering wheel forwards, and then you can move the seats forwards a bit. That is not great legroom. That is not a comfortable car. Philman, you forgot about 420? I don't think 420 was an option. You've seen worse than legroom? In a 4-door? I would hope not. My God. Let's go. It isn't quiet. Let's go a 6 on that one. It'll be comfortable if you're in front and you're not too averse to noise. Otherwise, it's pretty good. You got the split climate zones. You know what? You've done the effort on that one. I'm going to give you a point for that. Quality. Do we have a country? I'm guessing like European, so not great quality. There's no mention or indication of what country it's in. So, welcome JN Games to the stream. How's it going, bro? And P-Pinnin. Penis. I'm assuming you're just trying to write penis. Good. At that point, just make a rear seat a bed. Quality. I feel it's not going to be great. Especially if you got headers, which will probably crack. Let's go a 6 on that one. It's not going to feel hugely quality because it's not a top-end car. And it's not going to be huge build quality, being probably European. Even if, like, they said that it's based off of Lexus. Oh, that's different. Jaguar E-Type 2+2 is really bad for rear legroom. But that's a 2-door. Doesn't really match here, does it? Practicality for this. It sits 5, isn't huge, has boot space, but the back seats are nigh unusable. Let's go with 6 out of 10 on that one. It's good, but not great. Value? It's a lot of money. The used price of BMWs and Mercedes anywhere apart from Australia tend to plummet really hard. Lexuses, I have no idea about, so we're just going to ignore that one. Let's go like a 6. You get a very good car for the price, but don't expect much resale. If you buy it used, it's probably not going to be so bad. So your value there goes up a lot more, especially considering the car is 17 years old now. So the plummeting of value is already finished with. Ongoing costs. Japanese, so relatively cheap. but the first of a generation, not going to be particularly great. But based off of Lexus Toyota sort of thing, not the worst quality. Toyota had a bit of a dip around there, but they got better again. And now I think they've gotten bad again. I'm not actually sure. I've heard not great things. At least they're not Nissan. Oh, Nissan are doing horrible right now. Ongoing costs. I don't know. I want to put it somewhere around a 5, because it's also a V8. The thing's going to be chugging fuel. And you're also going to need to do servicing on those ones fairly often. That is very much a Toyota sort of thing. That's one of the bad things I've been hearing about, is you have to do oil services every 5,000... Is it kilometers or miles? I can't remember. But yeah, half of the distance in which the manual recommends, or the warranty recommends. But the thing is if you only do what the warranty says you need to do, then the engine will apparently wear out very quickly after your warranty runs out. So, not so great. JBM editing, I don't believe there was any, was there? Steering wheel, oh! Oh, that's... Well, I didn't know you could do that. Anyway, I was trying to look at where, like... the camera moves really weird, I don't like that. And steering wheel, yeah, good, you got a steering wheel in here. I feel your camera is maybe a little bit too close. Oh, you know what it is? I think the steering wheel is too close to the thing. What? Oh, I wish I had known that this thing had the cockpit camera from the very beginning. I wasn't paying attention. This would be really fun to drift in first person. Alright, let's move on anyway. To the JBM score. So, cockpit camera and moving steering wheel. The steering wheel is not a simple mod. The cockpit camera is a very simple mod. Let's go like a 4. If it's your first time doing it, I'd give you a little bit more, but I don't know that. Would I buy this car? You know what? I would severely consider it. Though I would hate the look of it, and I'd probably put a body kit on it, but aside from that. Anyway, moving along to the je ne sais quoi factor. You've done a pretty decent job at handling, though not very fast. It is actually what you would expect from a sports car. So let's go like a 4 on that. The design itself is not great. It's very flat. I think one of the things you could do is, if you can't add like a bumper bulge to this, add a bumper bulge to this. Add something. Add a trim line. Add some chrome. Add some black maybe. Add something to break it up from just its 2D flatness. Experiment. Have some fun. It'll take some time. Maybe use some reference materials and try putting that on there. Realism and commonality for this now is... I feel it's like a 4. Most of it is good, except for those headers. And the rear seats are not realistic with how cramped they are. What else? The camera placement node never seems to work when I... Oh, I haven't tried it out yet because I keep forgetting. Apparently, if it's the last fixture you create and place and work on, so like you've done everything and then it's the last thing you use, apparently then it works. I haven't remembered to try that out. I keep forgetting. Minecraft should remove baby zombies, change my mind. Well, I don't want to change your mind. I wish they would. Anyway, a score of 93. That's actually a rather high score. Welcome, Cassette. How's it going? But yeah, that's actually a really good score. Kind of what you would expect from a modern sports car. It ticks, like a 4-door sports car. It ticks both daily and weekend. Next car is, the hypercar. Do they have a map that they want me to try this on? I should probably go to the toilet. I'm busting again. What the hell? Have I got the bladder of a girl? What's happened to me? It's happened to me the other day as well. Like, for some reason, I was just being... You know what? I drank a lot of soft drink. That'll probably be it. Also, I'll try adding the camera node last. Although that seems really very weird. Yeah, it does actually seem a bit weird. I will agree with that. So I don't know whether it works, but it just seems like the sort of thing that might work. So we'll see. Limited production run experimental hypercar priced at $2.2 million. I wouldn't really call this a hypercar. It is only a one-seater. One of the things that a lot of hypercar people do is they buy their cars to show off. And one of the things you want to do when you're showing off is to have a friend with you, which means another seat. Which means I'm not going to call that a hypercar, I'm going to call that a track car with like hypercar heritage, maybe at most. First, just going to preface this by... Also, this is a thing that I hate. Have you guys noticed that Americans are calling this preface? The word is preface. Like, I get that sometimes you may read something before you know how it's pronounced. But, like, these people going around saying preface. What the hell is that shit? It's preface. Anyway, this... By saying that, what? Developed to be driven with a wheel. Okay. Still drivable with a controller, but you have to be quite careful with your steering input. Okay, full sweat mode then. Honestly, Woo, Lank, and I just want to see how far we could... What? Honestly, Woo, Lank, and I just wanted to see how far we could take an automation car in beamng. Okay, there we go. The interior is fully functional, including digital gauges. You can press 2 to switch to cockpit cam. The downforce power suspension and tires have been modified to allow this car to do over 20 lateral Gs and go 450 kilometers an hour. Oh my god, this thing is insanely fast. The downforce is applied Did they use my fan thing or similar? Is that what they did? Oh dear. So the car will not roll over in chicanes. The steering is locked 180 degrees to prevent ripping the wheels off. Oh dear. All in all, we just had a blast engineering this thing. Have fun driving it. Uploaded file is Spa Frankenshop setup. Okay, let's go to Spa. Hopefully this thing should be able to easily, with that amount of downforce, go around Eau Rouge and Blanchiment at full tilt. Okay, Spat Frankenshops. What's up with you, people? Covering your face up? What's up? You want some pets? You want some attention? You want some attention? You want some attention, Pippa? Oh, map's loaded in. I'm sorry, Pippa, I'm gonna let you go now. Don't fall. Oh, you do want more attention. Okay. She looked a little bit depressed there, so I just had to give her a bit of attention. Aw. I'm sorry, was I not paying you enough attention? I'm sorry. But I'm gonna stop paying attention to you again right about now. Who's iconic? Luka Mikos? What? Oh, they are too iconic. But I will try adding the camera node last. Already read that one. Objection, you strap your friend to the wing. Us Americans can be weird with pronunciation. Sometimes, yes. Sometimes it's accents when I say it sounds like that, but that's because I'm from West Virginia. Sometimes it's accents when I say it sounds... Okay. This is weird. This is very weird. God damn it. Full sweat mode. Oh my god, what is happening? What is this? What is this? Also, what is that sound? What? Something just happened then. Why does it top out here? Why isn't it going full speed? Now, this is something I would sell my kidney to buy. GTA Physics, Dodge SRC Tomahawk on crack. What? No? It looks like it's been sped up. Yeah, a little bit. It does actually feel like, I'm watching something in fast motion, which is why when I played, I was like, did I accidentally, like, set it to fast motion? Okay. You don't have a braking zone. You have like a, I want to slow down now. Oh, God. What? What is this? Why want to go into top gear? What's happening? Front left brake fading. Oh, ESC. Okay. ESC is kicking in. Oh, God. This thing is stupid. It went into top gear. I was not expecting that. Oh, my God. That sound is unpleasant. It is, actually. You know what? Let's drop that down. That's a little bit too peaky for my likings as well. Damn it. God, it's like I'm driving a cartoon. What the hell? Ugh. That ESC is doing weird things. It's burning the brakes out. Damn it. Oil starvation? What? Okay. You know what? Probably didn't need to... God damn it. It's so hard. Like, wait, hold on. Maybe I didn't need to brake. And then you turn and you're like... That was weird. This is not fun. Went onto the dirt. That's fine. Still got traction. Ah! I'm expecting to have to turn in at like reasonable times, and you never have to. Ah! I know I can take Puon at full speed. Wait, that's not Puon. Sorry, I forgot what this name is called now. Name is called? This corner is called. My brain is frying on this. This is your brain on drugs. Could have turned the brake calling up, maybe. That would have helped you deal with the brake fade thing. I broke physics! This car broke physics. Prefaces is primarily statements in a book by the book's author. Yeah. Setting forth purposes of... This already isn't getting good simplified fail score. I mean, it's going to get a simplified fail score. Sounds like a broken Roomba? Oh, okay. A little bit, yeah, I get that. It's like a magic... Oh, sorry, it's like a Mario game having a Ferrari. A little bit. You mean the Mario Kart, I'm assuming. Come on, Puon, full speed. God damn it. I turned in way too sharp, thinking that, like, Puon would be difficult for it. How does this thing get so much traction in sand? Oh, you know what? There's an off-road traction modifier as well. Well. God damn it. If only this thing went into, like, top gear properly. Okay. I think I broke the suspension with how, like, brutal the thing went into the sandpit. Ah! Don't drive into sandpits or break suspension. This is probably so much better. I might try this out at some point with a steering wheel. Did I just pop a tire? I did. Yeah, great. Does it matter? Probably not. A little bit. It does matter. I'm getting used to it. I could see the Matrix. God damn it. When the thing crashes, it collapses in on itself, which is part of what's causing it to break, I think. When sometimes it causes it to crash physics. Hi guys, what am I watching? You are watching Insanity. Ah! Damn it. This is so hard to drive. But I love it because I don't think I'd be able to do this. I mean, I might be able to, but probably not. Oh, you know what? With downforce, actually, yes, I probably would be able to do it. You guys are just using the fake downforce fan sort of modified thing. Hey! Did it! I just pop a tire? No, I didn't. Good. Damn it! Do you see how well we were doing? Did a few corners of full blast, no problems. Damn it! Getting there, though. God damn it. Popped a tire, but that's fine. Pulling to one side, which is weird. Ah. Alright, let's try something stupid that we shouldn't try. With a controller. Oh, the steering wheel lights up. Nice. You figured out how to do that, did you? Wait, this is full speed? Broke physics. It feels slower in first person. That's weird. Feels a lot slower in first person. What the hell? It's so jittery and janky in here, though, that you can't really drive it with the controller because it is way too brutal and too jiggly. Fuck me. God damn it. I'm gonna do third person again. And something even stupider. ESC off. See how it goes. Brakes aren't cooking now. Ah! Let's try that again. Almost clipped that. Oh, no! God damn it! It's like a challenge. This thing is insanity. Change gear! God damn it. The BeamNG sucks sometimes, to be honest. I didn't need to slow through this, did I? Damn it, and then I went too slow. This thing is a challenge to get used to. Go give this thing a try, if you can. My god. Over 9,000! Oh my god, if they had made it 9,001 horsepower, that would have been fantastic. That would have given them, like, extra points right now. Unfortunately, the car is very glitchy. As you can see, it jiggles. What is that whistling sound? I need to go toilet. I'll be back, and then I'll give it the full, simplified fuel score. Meh. I feel so much calmer now. One, because I'm not driving that car. And two, because I went to the toilet. You know what that car's like? It's like you've been busting all day long to go to the toilet. And, yeah, you just like, all the time. My God. I wonder if you would still have any hearing if you drove that thing IRL. You'd have to wear headphones of some sort. Most racers do, to be able to hear. Muye ad break? Oh yeah, I forgot to do the ad break. Whatever. Got a link to the GTX, by the way. Oh, sorry, XGT. I don't know what the XGT is. Is that what this is? Is that what it's called? No, this is the CX2. I don't know what the XGT is. I'm always on the lookout for new beamng mods. Yeah, try this thing out, bro. It's... Oh my God. It's a challenge. The thing in itself, to drive it, is a challenge that is rather fun. I'm not a big fan of the looks. I'm going to be honest. It kind of looks cool. I like the fact that it is wild and over top, but not everything is quite contiguous. It doesn't feel realistic to drive, which is unfortunate, because otherwise it is fun and insane to drive. 9 point... somewhere around 9.5-ish. I want to give it more, but I also can't give it more, so like, it's somewhere between like a 9.4 and a 9.7. That sort of like range varies the more I look and think about this, so it's a little bit hard to say. God, would you drive that in a sim rig setup? Yeah, I think I actually might try this in my own time, in a sim rig setup, when I could be bothered dragging the sim rig over. But not right now. I'm not... I don't have that much energy. Next is the 51S. The knockoff S14. It's a Japanese sports car from 1999. 3-liter i6. 280 horsepower. Okay. Well, if we're taking this to Japan, we don't have any Japanese maps, unfortunately. Is there a Japan map on the repository? We might try downloading something. Let's have a look. Japanese maps? Fujigoku. Yeah, Goko. Fujigoko. Let's have a quick look. It's very off-road. Ah, it's Drifto Mappo. Okay, yeah, sure. Let's get that. Download, 128. Who's pinging me? Ah, Moye is. I'll get to that after the stream. It feels really weird. I'm just going to have a quick check. I'll be talking to him later. I'm not going to give away anything that we're going to do because, one, there's nothing to give away yet, and whether it'll actually happen or not. One thing about YouTubers that I've learnt is we're hard to keep the motivation and drive to actually do a project together with somebody else. Because it's always like, you're always worried if you're going to have the same energy. And that always psychs you out and always makes you never want to actually go through with it. I might have to reset beamng for this, so we'll close beamng off. Downloads, Control X, mods, Control V. Alright. I need to clean out my mods folder. I have too many in there now. It's not a drift map? That's fine. It's a drift map, but it's kind of like indicative of Japanese mountain roads where you might take a car to have fun. And by drift map, I don't mean it's actually like a real drift track. It's parking lot default. Yeah, you know what I mean. Anything is a drift car if you try hard enough. I mean, it's rear-wheel drive, front engine, turbo 6-cylinder. If it doesn't drift, then there's something wrong with it. Oh, this map does not look well made. Well, we shall see. Is this the last car? Oh, it is the last car. Okay. Let's get some music playing again. I just realized that we ran out of music. Cool. That's the wrong one. There we go. That one. And that one. And this one. Okay. You just completely described my experience trying to make a game with someone. Yeah. Except a little bit different. With those sorts of things, you can just leave messages and you can just go the back and forth. It does get a little bit daunting. What you need there is really good communication skills. But with YouTubers, building up the motivation to record a video, you kind of have to psych yourself up. But then, how does the other person psych themselves up? How does that culminate when you reach the peak? What happens if it doesn't quite line up? What happens with time zone differences? I'm in Australia. They're in... I think they're Italian? No. Like, I know Muye through some of his work. I'm not his target demographic, so I haven't watched all of it. But yeah. I liked his groove, and I thought that there could be some stuff we did. Is there a copyright version of Deja Vu? Oh, that'd be cool. But maybe. Look it up, maybe? Okay, I have no idea what this is, but I have to do it. It's in my contract. Okay. It just goes nowhere. I thought it might take me somewhere. What is this material as well, by the way? The UV unwrap of this is atrocious. So, if you don't know what I mean by UV unwrap, let me quickly show you. This is for people wanting to do a little bit of more modding sort of stuff. This also happens with mirrors. Let's go UV editing. So we got this here. This is a clean UV unwrap. Everything is all within the one area. If you say, for instance, had it bigger, say like this sort of thing, it would tile it and repeat it here. It would repeat it here, here, and just all, like, it's just repeating tiles. So, what they've done here is it's way too big, so you got repeating tiles of the same thing. So this person, if you ever see this, that's what's happened here, most likely. The only other thing it could have really particularly been is the fact that you chose a material texture that was just too small. Fiddle around with it, that's the sort of thing that you can do. The rest of it looks pretty well done, though. Oh, this thing is slow off the line. I can see why they tuned it up a little bit. This thing would not have had ESC here, by the way, if anybody's wondering. May have had traction control, but definitely not ESC at this time. Wait, hold on. You know what? It's Japan. Weird things could have happened. Maybe. It's a bit dull on the turn-in. It's as if maybe your engine is too heavy by, say, 50%. As if it was probably meant to be a 4-cylinder. When are you planning to make the Spitfire mod? You know what? I haven't actually planned it at all. It's just something that kind of came to my head. I was like, you know what? I could stick a big plane engine in it. I don't know about a Spitfire, but like an aeroplane. Like a Mustang or something. I think Mustang would work a little bit better because I could make a little bit of joke about the previous Mustang that I made. The Mustang body I made for, Vans. Is there a Spitfire mod? When is... don't know. I haven't even looked at making a 3D model. The audio is too low. It is actually quite quiet. That is not me. That is the car itself. Nope. I turned the volume down. I completely forgot about that. Ignore that. It was all my fault. Blamed the car there for a second. Is that... That's Mount Fuji. Is that on a 2D plane? I need to go over and have a look at that. I think that's in the skybox. You know what? I need to look at that right now. Yep, that is a 2D plane off in the distance. Is that... Is this a drawing? I feel as if it needed to be a little less saturated to be realistic. To be photorealistic there. Or have it further away, maybe? I don't know. You know what it is? I think it's the fog. Hold on, let me have a quick look. Because I know there's fog in beamng. No, it's not. It is actually just incredibly blue. God damn it! Oh, the engine turned off. I was wondering, like, why is it so slow? The sounds of turbo, then it's really cool. Okay. Understeer. If you're not trying to drift this thing, it feels like a normal sort of road car. Feels quite planted. Feels very sensible. But a sports car? I mean, maybe the power delivery in a straight line. You know, we are going downhill, so that's going to hurt it a little bit. Just a smidge. This map is ugly. Is it just me, or is this map actually, like, wonky and ugly? Is that also a ramp? No. It just looks like a ramp from a weird... Wow, how does that look like a ramp from it? Like, it looks like... You know what it is? They don't have any posts. It's just the collision barrier thing. That's why it's, like, so hard to get a reference of what it looks like. Oh, I need Deja Vu to be able to drift. Okay. Deja Vu does get copyright struck. I have been struck for that before in the past, so... Can't exactly do... God damn it! Turn in, you fat tub of lard! You know what? Let's go ahead. More brake power to the rear. Maybe a little bit more than that. And then... deflate the front tires. Yeah, somewhere around there. That'll do. I'm having issues with my mod in automation that I'm going to have to fix. Okay. Avex doesn't like people using Eurobeat. Is Avex the right holder? I'm not sure. Damn it. Let's change this around a little bit more. Let's reduce some front brake force because we're going downhill. Let's turn that a little bit and up that a little bit. Alright, let's see how that goes. Wow, this thing is gutless off the line. Weird. Just sing Deja Vu? I don't really know the tune off by heart. Apart from Deja Vu? That's... Oh my god, lag. That's all I really remember. FX owns all of the Eurobeat from Initial D? Fair enough. Are those? They're super rusty. Okay. Fair enough. Ah! Okay. Calm down. Calm your tits. Okay. 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 Ah! Damn it. I feel this thing is too fast for its, like, mediocre road performance. What sort of tires do we have here? It is a sports compound, so it, I don't know, it just feels really light. I've never driven anything more than my S13, and that thing actually felt quite planned. You know what it is? It's probably this really janky map. I like it, but it is not great. What you'll find with pretty much every road, and you'll only really ever notice it if you... every corner is basically banked. And you don't notice it when you're in a car. Let's go... I want to take it to a racetrack. But I also want to keep it on a road. Let's go West Coast. Let's just go racetrack. Why not? But there is some of... there's some you won't get copyrighted for by independent artists and such, but I don't know which ones. Okay then. But if it's stuff from David Rogers, Ken Blast, etc., Avex owned though. Okay. I don't know enough about music to really give much of a comment on that. Okay. This is a Sisson Lilvium. Take 2. Your exhaust is coming out too far, as you can see. That's clearly poking out too far. Maybe also a little bit too high? Maybe a little bit lower, just like a centimeter or 2 lower, and then really tuck it under a lot more. Oh, this thing understeers. God, this thing understeers. It's chronic. This is a rear-wheel drive car. Front engine rear-wheel drive. Why is it so poopy long stockings? Let's go ahead, do our tuning again. So we're on flat ground now, but the brakes are still too front biased by quite a considerable margin. The rear toe, I think we'll go a little bit of rear toe out, just a smidge. Rear tire pressure will increase, rear tire, front tires will, yeah, you get the idea. I think that'll do. It's made for Toge, but has muscle car understeer? Yeah, I know, right? But it also doesn't have muscle car acceleration. So it's got, like, the worst of the Americans and the worst of the Japanese. Like, what? Tuning. I don't like to change camber because it's really super jank. Let's go a little bit of camber. Hopefully that doesn't stuff things up too much. I also want to go a little bit of toe out, but I think it naturally adds toe out. Oh, does that look like toe in, maybe? I think it might have accidentally added toe in. Okay, brakes is still too front biased. Let's go a little bit of toe out on the front. Okay. See how it does now. Are they different front and rear tire sizes? They should be identical, basically. Exactly the kind of car to be the protagonist in an anime? This? Were you mean disliked and discounted by everybody, but driven really fast by the protagonist? Because the Toyota AE86 was not actually that fast. It was not a good car. It was just rear-wheel drive and cheap. That's literally the whole premise of it. But everyone seems to think that it's a better car than what it is. I've been in one. They're not that great. I wish I had bought it, though. $8,000 in 2005, though? That was a lot of money. Maybe try Mantakina? Was that not Mantakina? I thought that might have been like a facsimile of it. Welcome, Kverpi. How's it going? This car sucks. Your handling is no good. I don't think I can change it with the settings that I have. It was just too far out of good handling characteristics. So, in beamng, in automation, make that graph oversteer a little bit more, and then have the aero graph be the one that reins it back in. It doesn't need to go exponential oversteer, but have the oversteer on the top end of the middle lines at least. Try to have identical front and rear tires, and then use the suspension a little bit, like reduce the camber, and maybe play with the anti-roll bars a little bit to bring it back into not oversteering, and then bring the rest of the oversteer in with a little bit of a rear spoiler sort of thing for just a sports car. What are you not... Oh, did I not say welcome back? I thought I did. Anyway. I can't always say hello to everyone, by the way. Chat was moving a lot, and I needed to think. As for the styling, it's a bit flat. Hold on. Does the S14... Let's close this off. We don't need this. S14. Now, there were S14.5s, but that's what we're looking at here. There is only a slight sort of bumper line, hood line here. Yeah, it is a very flat design, but it does at least have an accent sort of streak down the side. Now, you said that this is an S15, which it is not. This has body lines. It's got a line here, and it's got a line here. It's got an accent line here, and then there's a bit of an indentation along here. Yours has a bit of a scoop here, which wasn't on any of these cars. Sure, okay. There's a little bit of a faint accent line. Very, very faint. So, because of that, it looks very plain. Plain Jane is the word I'll use. I won't give you a full fill score because I feel that that would be a bit unfair. We'll give you a simplified fill score. I've gone over a bunch of the stuff already. Your diffuser goes way too high, I feel. Let's have a look at the rear of an S15 because you're going to be like, I'll put it like the real one. Yeah, as you can see that the diffuser on here, which is fake, is actually incredibly low. Also, once again, an accent line down through there, and the rear number plate sits in really deep. That's weird. Anyway, yeah, a lot of black on the taillight as well. Yeah, you know what? You tried to do that. Fair enough. You like the design of this car? Really? I mean, it's plain. I wouldn't say it's ugly. It's just plain. It was a cheap fun car that was 9k new with an engine can barely make 230 horse. What are we talking about? I seem to find another soul that is enjoying making cars and automation. Oh yeah, lots of people around here love making automation cars. I have, what is it, like nearly 1,200 hours in it now? Looks like GTA 4 version. A little bit, yes, except the headlights are wrong. The headlights are the wrong era. Shapes are too shapely. Like, have a look at the S15 front. You know what, actually, that does have a bit of shape to it, though it's inverted of this. But it is still fairly uniform. What you've actually created, though, is the S14. And you can just see how unshapely the headlights are. And it's usually the bottom of the headlight is actually very flat because that denotes where the bumper line starts. Bumpers were still very much in the lexicon of design at the time. I say that's a nice looking, that's a nice knockoff. Sure, okay. I was talking about the 86 with the 230 horsepower thing. Okay. Yep, nearly 1,500 hours in automation. Nice. But yeah, so this car. 6 out of 10? It is not unpleasant to drive, just very unenjoyable. If this was, say, I want to think of a very boring car. The only one that's coming to mind is Volvo. Maybe like a front-wheel drive boring car? Like maybe a, the Volvo 440 with more power? It's got okay amounts of body roll. I feel, though... Yeah. Maybe don't make the roll bar stiffer. Maybe work by making them softer to help bring things in. There was an attempt? Yeah. You missed a lot? I like L? Yeah. A smidge. I'd like this. But I would like you to go back and watch my video. I have a video on suspension tuning for automation. It's out of date, so I'm going to be going over a lot of that in the next Friday stream, which will be the thing. But I do have a video. It still is fairly relevant. Look up my video on brake tuning. Brake? Trail braking. How I tune race brakes. That one is a very good one, which I think you really need to watch. That is very pertinent to your car build. Then there's also, not automation, but, sorry, suspension. Okay, this one here. Automation, beamng, suspension, basics. This one as well. Watch those two, and it'll help you come up with a much better tune than this one has. I do like the fact that this thing has a realistic feeling sort of power delivery, I will say that. And your interior looks pretty darn good. Maybe drop the S15 thing and just admit that this thing is a lot more like an S14 body that you've chosen, unfortunately. But yeah, I like it. Could have been a whole lot better. The drive was, yeah, not great. Now, you don't want the thing to oversteer if you're going for a road tune. If you're going for like an R-spec, a little bit of oversteer. Not a lot. Maybe go into the J-beam once you've figured out how much toe in you want and J-beam the toe in to be default, stuff like that, to like help bring in some oversteer maybe. How many cars left? This is the last car. This is it. We're done. So, you guys wanted to show me some cars to react to? Now's time to do that, I suppose. You have 663.4 hours in automation. You are getting very close to a funny number. Yeah, let's see what we got. Send me things to look at. You guys were really holding off for the longest time, and I appreciate it for not spamming the chat with, hey, have a look at this car. Which I don't mind sometimes, but when it like really holds up the stream, it becomes a bit of a problem. I suppose whilst we're waiting for that, we're going to give the thank yous for being here. We're going to start off first of all with Ringu, who wins the donation of membership challenges by 5. And then Nexus, thank you for being here with also your 10 gifted subs. A lot of people here are very thankful towards what you've done for them. Look up the Alta 2. All right, let's have a look at whatever that is. Oh dear. It looks like somebody tried to describe... I'm trying to find like this picture a bit bigger. Looks like somebody tried to explain to a small car manufacturer what that Lamborghini S off-roader looked like in the, like, what was it, 80s or something like that? That's what that looks like. And they went, so it's like an angular bonnet, it's got that sort of shape and sort of thing, and they just got it completely wrong. 2024 Mustang. God, I hate their nomenclatures. I hated when they started like saying, this is the 2023 model year, and it's like 2022, and you're like, I hate you. It looks a lot like... Am I thinking the Charger? Challenger. Yeah. It looks like they've tried to copy a little bit of Challenger here. The back end? I liked the older style of taillights where like they actually came out. This looks a little bit weird. Not gonna lie, not my favorite. Though the rest of it, I like the look of. It looks nice. There we go. Ford RS200. Yeah, I love the RS200. That is, you know what, actually, I keep forgetting that that is one of my dream cars. It's because it's so rare. If you don't believe me, I actually have Samand, but I'm not in Iran, in Russia, but I want to say it's good. What? Samand car? Is that just a Volkswagen? Looks like a Volkswagen. And then the rear looks like a Saab. That's a weird car. Nissan Friend Me? What? Is that a name of a car? Hold on. I was just about to say you've typed that incorrectly. Oh! It looks like a fat person. You know, like, these sorts of people. Like, it's what it's reminding me of. Let's close that off. That's what that looks like. It looks like a morbidly obese person. personified as a car. Oh. Facial Vega? Let's have a look at that. Like, I don't think this car looks that bad, but it just... The visualizations it's bringing me is bad. Not a fan. Doesn't look good. That does look good. That actually looks really nice. I think if they made that car, that would sell rather well. Maybe not the back end. But this is not doing it for me. Camaro ZL1. Let's have a quick look at that. It's just a Camaro. A bit of a warm hatch Fiat Panda. What? Okay. Knock off it? You heard of the Acura HSC? No. Oh, it's like an ugly, smooth version of the NSX. Oh, no. That looks bad. That looks really, really bad. The front, at least, looks boring. Doesn't look bad. Hi, how can I make my rear-wheel drive drag car stop wheeling? I have the engine in the rear and got the extra grip on the wheels. Any suspension? If you're wheeling, that means you're getting a lot of traction. Maybe move the engine to the front? You should probably have the engine in the middle or in the front. To be honest, for drag cars. Look up the Sin R1. Let's have a look. Welcome, Cool Boss. How's it going? Sin R1. It's like they designed it on a piece of paper and didn't actually give it enough thought. It doesn't feel right. I'm guessing it's very aerodynamically efficient with its under tray, though. Oh, you know what? No, it's not. No, that is not an efficient front splitter. Back end looks weird, but okay. It's a bit weird. It's reminding me a little bit of that, like, one Mexican car that Hammond shat on and then had to drive later on. The rear end of the 2024 Mustang looks a lot like a Camaro. Interesting. Looks like a McLaren at the front. This? No. Not even close. Maserati MC20. Is that the Ferrari? No. Yeah, kind of. Yeah, I remember looking at this thinking that that looked okay. Which is weird because I usually think that Maseratis look ugly. That actually looks rather nice. And from this angle, that looks really good. That looks really nice as well. Yeah. Usually Maserati do a really bad job of, like, making good-looking cars. It's so disappointing. Looks like it's from Saints Row. I don't know which one you're talking about. Venom F5. Oh, you're saying it's a knockoff of the Venom F5. Okay. How do you get the manual? Even beamng doesn't have manual shifter working in beamng. So, doesn't work. You might be able to do it, but it's not in by default. Well, missed the review of the CX-2R, sadly. I mean, you can always go back and watch it. 2022 Toyota Century. If that's an SUV, I'm going to snooze at you. You're going to fall asleep. That's an SUV. But no, this is, I'm assuming, what you mean? I feel the real quarter is too on the nose of trying to look like a Rolls Royce. Now, that is what they were trying to copy, these sort of like upper-end cars originally when they started to make these sorts of vehicles. But aside from that, I like this. I would consider owning that if it wasn't probably like $150,000 probably. I don't know how much it's going to cost or what their estimated cost they say it is, but that I would own. The old one, not so much. Nissan 1400 South Africa. Alright, let's have a quick look. Is that just a... Oh, that's a Nissan. Yeah, we called that like a Datsun something or other. Is that a Astra? Front end? I don't know what that is. Yeah, we got this car in Australia. It was not very common, not very popular, but yeah, it did exist here. Torino 380W concept. Let's have a quick look at that. Oh. So the old one, bit of a weird looker. The sort of thing where you go, I mean, we could work on that and make it look better. And then somebody went along and went, no, let's just make it as ugly as the original. Ah, bleh. Not a fan of the front and especially not the back. Is this French? It looks like a French car. Mitsubishi Colt. We got a lot of Colts here in Australia. The Mitsubishi Colts, that is. Oh my god, from the side, that thing is fugly. That is horrible. That is a crime against thing. It looks like an Alpine. Yeah, a little bit. I have no idea what we're discussing. I don't know, just send me cars to look at. I just see people mentioning cars. The Lancia Gamma Coupe. That is the one that we never really saw, isn't it? Yeah. Not a fan. From no angle does this thing look good. Does it look bad? Nah. Does it look ugly? No, not really. It's just not good looking. It's just weird. There's nothing about this that makes me go, wow, I want to try that car out. Nothing. Nothing at all. I have arrived in shame of realizing my submitted car, Link, was dead. Yes, it was. Or did you just not put it up there? I can't remember. Anyway. Not from Argentina? Oh, dear. Here in South Africa, the Datsun 1400 has 2 J's? Oh, what? Alright, look up the TGE Audi 80. Not really much of an Audi fan. Audi didn't really exist until, like, the 2000s for us. It's some car. You know what it looks like? It looks like an car. Oh, sorry, I was looking at the Audi again. Look up the Savage Rivale GTR. Is there only a game version of this? Like, what is this? Oh no, here we go. The front comes up too high. It's like they tried to create a supercar but didn't really know what they were doing. Oh no! Oh no! What year was this? 2009? Yeah. Oh no. In the matte black, it looks a little bit better. I will give it that. The rear end? Oh god. They've taken such a small picture of it, probably because it's not very good. Is that a Nissan Maxima rear taillight? No. Is that a Mercedes rear taillight? No. The back end looks considerably better than the front. Envision N40. Oh, that's the new thing that they're not going to make, unfortunately. God, I would love this if it wasn't hydrogen. Like, I have nothing against hydrogen. It's just not a... You know what, actually I do. It's very unenvironmentally... It's worse than petrol. I really like this car. I think if they made this into like a full EV version, or maybe make a petrol version, maybe make both, maybe give the customer the choice. I would love to have this car. Honestly, the car is fantastic. There's a rally version. I think that's a render that somebody made, unfortunately. I like it. I like it a lot. It's just a really good looking car. I just think that hydrogen is not the way we should go. Until they can, like, find a environmentally friendly way of making copious amounts of hydrogen, it's just not it. See the Mazda RX-2, the rotary now one... What? I've seen the RX-3 and the RX-7s. The RX-2? Yeah, it just looks like an earlier version of the RX-3. Sure. Funny license plate. DeLorean is making a new car. Yeah, what's the new DeLorean? Are they actually making that, or is that still just in concepts? DeLorean 2022. Yeah, I remember this looking like... They had no idea what a DeLorean was. And then tried to make a cool looking car. Like somebody said, oh yeah, it's this cool sports car. It's like metal exterior and it's got gull wing doors. And the person was like, oh, you know what? I've never seen one. Let's try to make something. There's nothing here. It looks nothing. It doesn't look retro. It doesn't look good. It's nothing. It's a nothing car. Like, it looks sleek. That is good. But it's as if somebody's design brief was gull wing doors sleek. And they had no imagination whatsoever. That's this car. Mitsubishi RX Prev. Apparently it's meant to have a H in there. Once again, that fat person, morbidly obese sort of look. It's just weird. SUV, completely uninterested. Tata Tigor. Never heard of it. Huh. If this is meant to be the follow-on from the Nano, hopefully it did better. Because I felt a bit disappointed that the Nano never did particularly well. It looks quirky. I like quirky. Does it look good? Does it look bad? No. That I could get behind. If it was super cheap and handled nicely, I don't care about the power, I'd own that. The TUV 300. Let's have a quick look. Is that just like a rip-off of the, those small Japanese SUV, I can't remember what they're called. That thing, you know what I'm talking about. Lexus LFA concept. Oh, is that the one that was meant to be originally the Supra? Oh, they made a new one. It's hideous. This I remember. This was meant to be, originally when they were first designing this, was meant to be the, a new Toyota Supra. It was kind of like a bit of an exercise, but then Lexus was told to take it over or something like that. Yeah, I remember. I'm glad that thing didn't come out looking like that. That back end. Lotus Avaya. Yeah. Cross with a few other ones. I'm feeling Mercedes a little bit as well. Very unpleased with this. I hope they don't release that looking anything like that. I hope it's like this, where it looks really ugly and then the LFA comes out and it doesn't look as ugly. I hope that's what happens. Because, let's be honest, the LFA is not actually much of a looker. Mercedes AMG VGT. Oh dear, no. What have they done? That... Is it meant to look like it's machined out of a block of aluminium? You know what? Let's end that one. Let's do that again. There. Give me a vote on this one. I can't tell. The side it does look better, I will give it that. It's just... You know what? In the black, it looks a little bit better with a little bit of a grain filter on it. But still not great. It just looks... disproportionate. Is that meant to be from a game? Looks a little bit better from that angle. Still weird. Back end looks very Jaguar based. Okay, so it seems that like 67% of you are saying yes. 20% are like, I can't tell, bro. I can't... It is so outside of what I normally see that I can't tell. And then 13% of you actually don't think it's ugly. So I think the yes and I can't tell, it's so weird. It's like outside of what we normally see. It's so strange. Look up the Honda Z. Alright, let's go back to looking at other cars now. That, I kind of like. It's a bit weird. Probably wouldn't own it. The back end, not so much. This, not so much. Not at all. No. That looks good. Maybe it's because they made it look better. That, hell no. Not a fan. Jaguar CX-70. Is that an SUV? Hold on, let's have a quick look. Oh, it's not. Huh. This angle, it looks ugly. This angle, it looks a lot better. Oh, it's up for sale? Wait, is this a car that came out a while ago? Is it a one-off concept? Interesting. Alright. Never knew this car existed. That looks familiar. That I've seen before. But that's really old. HKS... Wait, the Turbo Company made a car? Oh, it's an S14. The Genki S15. Good, yeah, sure. I've seen these sorts of cars like a billion times over. I have been around lots of drift cars. Is this that panhard, like, weird car? Yeah, I think you've shown this to me a few times already. Maybe not this exact one. Jay Leno did a review of it. Interesting. Weird. That is a weird car. That looks like a... Mom, I'm sorry. Okay. That's what that face looks like. And then the back end looks even more depressed. Depressed and... Oh, that looks angry. Like it's got like really thick eyebrows. It looks like a caveman's eyebrows. Like the Morgan Plus 8 GTR. I knew the Morgan Plus 8, the cross-eyed car, but not the GTR version. Oh no, this is not the cross-eyed version. Oh, sorry, the cross-eyed car. I don't know. I think the Morgans are a bit weird. I like them, but they're a bit weird. Very inefficient sort of thing. The Duke R? Oh dear. I like the Duke, but a lot of people don't. What's the Duke R? I'd own that. Yeah. I mean, out of SUVs, there's only a few SUVs that I would ever own. That would be one of them. If only it came in pure rear-wheel drive and not all-wheel drive or front-wheel drive, I would totally own the hell out of that. Wallbot, you are here at the end. We're just looking at cars. Honda S6600, I like it. Morgan three-wheeler, I also like that. Depressed car, a little bit. I think that's pretty much everything for today. I'm gonna rest my voice. It's 2:50 a.m. I am really tired. Thank you, Abergza, but I think, yeah, we're done. So I'm just going to say goodbye to people. Thank you for showing up. Warbot, thank you for being here, even if it was at the end. Doctorek, thank you for being here. I need an honest opinion about that Panda 100 horse. Yeah, it's the last one we'll have a look at, then that's it. Completely disinterested. It's a mini SUV. Good for you. And completely indifferent. Nissan GTR 35 Nismo engine? Oh my god, wow. Okay, then maybe all-wheel drive I would like. East Germany, Warbot, Arlick Hill, Ringu, thank you. Cassette, Nexus, thank you both Ringu and Nexus for your channel members you've given to everybody. Where Vixen? Bergster, I think I've said already. Yeah, fun stream as usual. I'm glad you all enjoyed it, but that is the stream, so let's... I have so much work to do on this. Let's go over to the outro names. I should probably edit this, shouldn't I? But I haven't gotten around to it yet. And now with this updates, it's not going to be updated properly. And I don't want to have a look through the previous chat to find it. It's probably not even there anymore. So I'll have to do that at another time. So, for the main part, we got Ruben and De Helleman. Thank you very much. And then Ringu and Flamesy. You've changed your name now, so let's at least do that for you. Flamesy, you are now Nexus. Thank you. You know what? We'll do this. There. Ringu and Nexus together as the top dono people. Anyway, people, this is me signing out. I just had a bit of a micro sleep just then. I don't know what happened. I just went... I phased out. That's how tired I am. I'm going a bit loopy. I'll catch you guys next time. Bye.